Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Claystrom Saline. Claystrom Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Pascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Fulsher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain, L.D. Holmes.
Good morning, friends. Let us pray. Dear Father, it's cold outside, but our hearts are warmed by the knowledge of your presence in our lives. Thank you for never giving up on us and helping us to become the person you've created us to be. Please use the gifts and graces imparted to each one of us to be used in a constructive and positive way today. Your word proclaims, now for this reason, also applying all diligence in your faith, supply moral excellence, and in your moral excellence, knowledge, and in your knowledge, self-control, and in your self-control, perseverance, and in your perseverance, godliness, and in your godliness, brotherly kindness, and in your brotherly kindness, love. For if these qualities are yours and are increasing, they render you neither useless nor unfruitful. Father, help us to live and work in such a way that the positive attributes we find the Apostle Peter teaching about are mirrored in our thoughts and our actions. It is so easy to get caught up in the things that really don't matter and ignore the important things which do matter. So give us divine discernment that we might be found faithful and prudent in all the truly important issues of life. We pray for the homeless and marginalized in our midst. Most, if not all, feel that they are never seen and their needs seldom met. You have uniquely placed each one of these in this chamber in a powerful position to make a difference in the lives of many who are living with little or no hope. I pray you give these senators the eyes of our Creator, that they might see individuals as you see them, O God, and in the quietness of our own souls remind us, except for the grace of God, there go I. I pray and intercede for the families of those gathered here. Many are having to take on new and added responsibilities. Give them strength, I pray, for the day and patience for the hour. I pray and ask this in Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have some page introductions this morning. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Nell Woodward, who is a sixth grader. She is homeschooled from Lenexa, and her sister joined me last year, and Nell is joining us today and braved the cold weather.
Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Chance and Wesley Mitchell with me today from Hoisington, and I'm glad that they're up here, and give them a warm welcome and make sure that they are busy today. Thank you.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate. Thank you for helping us out today. All right, please note references of bills on page 1 and 2 of the calendar. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bills 2031, 2110, 2117, 2124, substitute for House Bill 2145, 2169, 2170, 2185, and 2215. House Bill 2031, an act concerning driver's training. House Bill 2110, an act concerning emergency communication services. House Bill 2117, an act concerning business entities. House Bill 2124, an act concerning roads and highways. Substitute for House Bill 2145, an act concerning fares. House Bill 2169, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2170, an act concerning days of commemoration. House Bill 2185, an act concerning education. And House Bill 2215, an act concerning the Department of Corrections.
Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1710 by Senators Sykes, Argabright, Petty, and Starnes. A resolution congratulating and commending the award-winning educators in Kansas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our annual resolution, and because I know we all want to get out of here earlier, I will not have the reader read. And as he did say, it's for those Milken Educators President Award of Excellence in Math and Science and the Kansas Horizon Awards, and they will be meeting this Friday, February 21st, to honor those at a luncheon. So hope that we can send a warm Senate congratulations to them. And with that, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, Senate Resolution 1710 be adopted by voice vote.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're now ready for final action. A quick reminder on the rules. Please be clearly audible because we're going to run through several roll calls. On the first roll call, we will take the following: the consent calendar bills, SB 92 and SB 104, and SB 2, 13, 18, 20, 21, 22, and 23. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 92, an act concerning the State Corporation Commission. Senate Bill 104, an act concerning counties. Senate Bill 2, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 13, an act concerning the Secretary of State. Senate Bill 18, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 20, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 21, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 22, another act concerning insurance. And Senate Bill 23, an act concerning insurance.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Change your vote. Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 92, 104, 20, 23, 13, 21, and 22. 39 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 2 and 18. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. The second roll call will take the following: Senate Bill 24, 27, 29, that's Senate sub for 29, Senate Bill 30, 44, sub for Senate Bill 45, Senate Bill 50, 52, and Senate Bill 53. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 24, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 27, an act concerning insurance. Substitute for Senate Bill 29, an act concerning public health. Senate Bill 30, an act concerning criminal history record information. Senate Bill 44, an act concerning education. Substitute for Senate Bill 45, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 50, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 52, an act concerning economic development. And Senate Bill 53, an act concerning county law libraries.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
I would like to change my vote, Mr.
Please
President.
do.
I'd like to change my aye to no on Senate Bill 52. Thank you.
Any further explanations or change? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to change my vote on SB 45 to a no.
So ordered. Any further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. "32 having voted in favor and 8 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 45, 40 in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 27, 39 in favor, 1 opposed to Senate Bill 50, 40 in favor, none opposed to Senate Bill 53, 33 in favor, 7 opposed to Senate Bill 52, 40 in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 24, 37 in favor, 3 opposed to Senate Bill 44, 40 in favor, none opposed to Senate Bill 30, and 28 in favor and 12 opposed to Senate Bill 29. All measures having received their constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. On third roll call, we'll take the following: Senate Bill 58, 64, sub for Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 70, 71, 77, 78, 79, and 82. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 58, an act concerning water. Senate Bill 64, an act concerning retirement and pensions. Substitute for Senate Bill 67, an act concerning health professions and practice. Senate Bill 70, an act concerning open government. Senate Bill 71, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 77, an act concerning administrative rules and regulations. Senate Bill 78, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 79, an act concerning public assistance. And Senate Bill 82, an act concerning rural emergency hospitals.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger.
Senator from Sherman, can you repeat your vote? They did. Clerks missed it. Thank you.
Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? For explanation, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Citizens are listening and restricting food assistance under the guise of making sure low-income individuals are healthy, strips them of their dignity, of their humanity. A poor, heavy child isn't big because they are poor, but having a lack of food can create an unhealthy relationship with food. Do we want Kansans to feel devalued because of their economic status? Families in poverty face enough challenges, but what they choose to eat should not be legislated. I vote no on Senate Bill 79. I ask for my remarks to be spread on the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my yes vote on 70 to a no.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer explanation of vote.
Please continue.
Thank you. In regard to SB 79, I vote no on this bill. This bill had two primary supporters, Opportunity Solutions out of Florida and one citizen. In contrast, there was a large number of opponents to this bill, opponents that came from Kansas. There were several concerns raised, but in particular, I think we should pay attention to an opponent from the Kansas Chamber who testified, quote, According to the United States Department of Agriculture, SNAP recipients consume the same amount of candy and soda as non-SNAP households. End quote. If our goal is improving health conditions and improving health outcomes of SNAP recipients, policy should focus on incentivizing behavior versus prohibitions, or address the way corporations aggressively market unhealthy items. Aside from that, it is concerning this body didn't accept the amendment brought forward to put the same guardrails in place regarding the assistance we receive. This sends a very interesting message to Kansans that we as a body want certain policies and certain populations to have guardrails in place regarding assistance, and we want to dictate those guardrails, but we don't want to live by the same rules regarding our assistance. I'm concerned that we'll be characterized as a body that sets, quote, rules for thee, but not for me, end quote.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote in favor of 79. Mr. President, it was a difficult decision for me to support this, but as someone who lives in a food desert, who has many constituents who have from time to time relied upon SNAP benefits, I've been alarmed by the disproportionate amount of candies and chips and sodas and other non-nutritional items that I see many of our children ingesting. I wish that we had added the amendment for cooked foods or warm foods to be a part of this, because many parents, frankly, just don't prepare or know how to cook right now. And so they supplement that with non-nutritious foods, which are not healthy for our children, leading to, and in closing, Mr. President, staying within that, I recall in this body how I scoffed at and pushed back against former Senator Jeff Melcher, somewhere from Johnson County, who said that against SNAP benefits, that America has an obesity problem. And what he meant to say was some of the foods that are being that. I did not support him then. I do understand where he was coming from now. And I hope that we can provide better choices and assistance to our children, especially in the foods they consume. And I will carve that down if I can and submit written at some point subsequent for the journal.
So ordered, and I appreciate you staying within the rules. Senator from Riley, Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 70 to a no.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 79. This bill is about choice, or actually taking away choices, and I vote no.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote on SB 70 to a no.
So ordered. Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make remarks on my vote on Senate Bill 67.
Please proceed.
I vote yes on Senate Bill 67 to honor a commitment I made during the negotiation process with the parties. As a senator and as a physician, I serve to protect patients, so I offer a cautionary note to CRNAs who may be newly enabled to prescribe opioids in the course of pain management treatments. Never forget that opioid addiction is an insidious disease that ruins patients, families, and communities. May my marks be spread across the journal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Douglas, San Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 78 from aye to no.
So ordered.
And with their permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the senators from Johnson, Senator Holscher, and Senator Sykes, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, on their remarks about Senate Bill 79.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 79. I stand in the gap for those who are less fortunate and even have to apply for food assistance. Mr. President, I vote no on Senate Bill 79.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Mr. President, if we have a preliminary count on Senate Bill 70.
27 in favor, 13 opposed.
I'd like to change my aye to no on Senate Bill 70.
So ordered. Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed, the passage of Senate Bill 58, 64, 71, 77, and 82. 36 having voted in favor and 4 opposed, the passage of Senate Bill 67. 26 in favor, 14 opposed to Senate Bill 70. 38 in favor, 2 opposed to Senate Bill 78. 29 in favor and 11 opposed to Senate Bill 79. These measures having reached their constitutional requirement are hereby declared passed. On the fourth roll call, we will take the following: Senate Bill 85, 87, 88, 98, 117, 126, 128, 138, 156, and 157. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 85, an act concerning public assistance. Senate Bill 87, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 88, an act concerning state long-term care ombudsman. Senate Bill 98, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 117, an act concerning aviation. Senate Bill 126, an act concerning the healing arts. Senate Bill 128, an act concerning social workers. Senate Bill 138, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 156, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. And Senate Bill 157, an act concerning criminal procedure.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation of vote on SB 85, please.
Please proceed.
This bill solves no problems and instead bloats government. The proponent for this bill, again, Opportunity Solutions out of Florida, contends our error rates are out of line. However, the facts show this is not the case, with Kansas standing at 12%, while the national average is 11.68. This bill calls for re-verifying information that has already been carefully checked by DCF. Additionally, it calls on DCF to do things that simply can't be done. This bill is problematic for so many reasons, but namely, it promotes waste and would be bad stewardship of taxpayer dollars. And it has an extremely high price tag of $9 million. At a time when the talk in this building is we need to cut spending, it makes no sense to forward this bill with such a high cost and vast redundancy of processes in place.
Further explanation? Are there any changes? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With their permission, I'd like to join the senator from Johnson on her explanation of vote.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I likewise would like to join the senator from Johnson on her remarks. Thank you.
So ordered. Further explanation? Are there changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty having voted in favor and 10 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 85, 24 in favor, 16 opposed to the passage of 87, 40 opposed, 44, and 0 opposed to Senate Bill 88, 39 in favor, 1 opposed to Senate Bill 98, 117, and 126, 40 in favor, none opposed to Senate Bill 128, 138, 156, 31 in favor, 9 opposed to Senate Bill 157. These measures, having reached the constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On the fifth roll call, we'll take the following. Senate Bill 161, 166, sub for Senate Bill 193, Senate Bill 199, 222, and 260. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 161, an act concerning public assistance. Senate Bill 166, an act concerning state employees. Substitute for Senate Bill 193, an act concerning the State Board of Pharmacy. Senate Bill 199, an act concerning fireworks, defining fireworks sales season for seasonal retailers of consumer fireworks and providing for year-round sales by permanent retailers of consumer fireworks. Senate Bill 222, an act concerning state agencies. And Senate Bill 260, an act concerning pari-mutuel wagering.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Gorson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Where? Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Requires 5 hands. Call's been requested. I got 5 hands. Clerk or the sergeants will close the doors. Clerk will call the roll.
Glaze Celine.
Senator from Saline, you should explain your conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I vote yes on this, I'm going to have a conflict with my brother, obviously. He got mom involved. She loves that dog more than she loves me, and I'm her favorite. I kid. I'll vote no. Thank you.
Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no on SB 222, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Please continue. Well, that's the last page, so we can raise the call. Please continue with your explanation.
Thank you, Mr. President. My understanding is that the Supreme Court has ruled on this, and I believe it is unnecessary. I think that there should be a way for a senator to indicate that they believe it's maybe even inappropriate to take such a vote. I understand in the House that you only have an opportunity to vote yes or no, but you can just not push a button, and then you're present and passing. So I'd like all of us to think about what our rule should be and what we allow, and allow other senators to express themselves as they see fit.
Further explanations? Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation of vote, please, for SB 161.
Please proceed.
I vote no on this bill. Once again, Opportunity Solutions out of Florida is inserting itself into Kansas government. The other individuals who are supporting this bill are looking for something to help them address IDD issues. While I am extremely sensitive to that topic, this is not the pathway, as this bill is very extreme. Additionally, a series of meetings has been set up for the impacted and concerned parties to address the IDD situation. This bill is problematic in that it severely inhibits our ability to quickly respond to time-sensitive changes to complex programs. Additionally, it is incredibly inefficient, adding layers of bureaucracy for even the simplest program changes. The red tape could result in thousands of Kansans being unable to get time-sensitive help.
Any further explanations? Are there changes? Oh, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I ask to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson.
So ordered. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, I ask permission to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson on 161.
So ordered. Any further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. With 30 having voted in favor and 10 opposed, the passage of Senate Bill 161, 39 in favor, 1 opposed to Senate Bill 166, 40 in favor, none opposed to 193, 27 in favor, 13 opposed to 199, 31 in favor, 9 opposed to 222, 36 in favor, and 4 opposed to Senate Bill 260. These measures having reached their constitutional required majority are hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The Senate, having resolved, will now consider those items listed under the calendar under the heading of general orders. We'll now turn our attention to substitute for Senate Bill 54. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a good example of kind of three principles that we often look at here in the Senate. One is transparency. It provides some transparency. The second is compromise, parties working together to come up with a solution. And the third is balance, making sure that both sides of the verses in litigation are balanced and fair to the parties. So what this bill does is it concerns third-party litigation funding agreements. And a third-party funding litigation agreement is defined in the bill. And what we're looking at is who is funding one side of the litigation if it's a third party who's not directly interested in the outcome of the litigation, because they're not the party to the matter. They're not the one who has suffered some injury or is defending against the litigation. What we have currently on one side of the verses in a lawsuit, in a civil matter, is oftentimes a party is being defended by an insurance company. Currently in Kansas law, that insurance contract has to be disclosed to the other side. What we don't have is when the other side is funded by an entity as well. And this bill provides that they would have to do several things if you have an agreement to have your litigation funded by a third party. First of all, you have to turn it into the court. And so the court is aware of the funding, and then you have to make a disclosure to the parties involved in the litigation, whether there's one other party or more. You'll see that there are 6 things you have to disclose. And why do we do that? We do that because historically, only interested parties, only the parties themselves are involved in the financing of it. And what we're seeing in the last maybe dozen or so years is we have large companies, sometimes foreign-owned entities and corporations investing in litigation. And when you have an investor in litigation, they have different motivations than the parties do, and there could arise a conflict of interest. The investing funder wants you to settle for a certain dollar amount, but you, the party, aren't satisfied with that amount. So is your funder going to threaten to pull funding if you don't take that settlement? And what happens then? So you'll see that you also have to disclose if you have if you have a foreign country of concern to the federal government. We want to make sure that we have that information presented to the court and to the other parties. Because what we're also seeing sometimes in this practice is that third-party funders are using the discovery process in litigation, in the underlying litigation, to get access to very sensitive corporate documents. And sometimes those documents are patents and other cybersecurity documents that could then be used by our foreign adversary country of concern. So the bill also requires that the agreement be submitted to the Kansas Judicial Council. And the purpose there is for the Kansas Judicial Council to study how third-party funding of litigation is impacting the court system here in Kansas. Because What we really want here in our judicial system is, first of all, fairness. What's good for one side of the litigation ought to be good for the other side as well. And the Kansas Judicial Council is then required in 2030 to provide a report to the legislature how often these agreements are being used and their impact on the judicial system. The bill does not change any other existing rules of civil procedure in our courts or the rules of evidence. So just because your third-party agreement is going to be disclosed to the parties doesn't mean it's automatically going to be evidence at trial. So just like an insurance contract is not automatically going to be introduced as evidence at trial, neither will these third-party funding agreements. That would require, just like other discovery matters, further motion for the court to decide whether in this case it's appropriate or not to disclose the insurance contract or the third-party funding agreement. So when I say that this bill also represents one of the things that is often important to this body is it represents a compromise position. For a number of years, the proponents and opponents of this concept have been stalled, if you will, and through the good work of the interested parties in this bill and through one of our committee members, two of our committee members, that is, they have come to a compromise. And both sides have fully vetted this and are satisfied that it represents transparency while also protects the party's interests as well. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports substitute for Senate Bill 54 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 204. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 204, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill concerns an issue we've heard a lot about these past couple days is warrants. And what this bill does is, in Kansas, our court system has, in the last 4 years, under the Office of Judicial Administration, created a statewide, county-by-county court record-keeping process, if you will, and all 105 counties are in the system at this point. And what we're seeing is that the warrant information in particular is being not provided to the law enforcement community that is going to be serving it. So the bill would require that the law enforcement community be able to see the warrant before it's served. And what that does is it provides that our law enforcement community can prepare to serve the warrants, but it still restricts it from being open to the public so that the public doesn't know and can try to evade the service of the warrant. It puts our law enforcement officer in greater safety because they won't be then possibly ambushed while serving a warrant or other dangers. So the warrant will be made open to the general public like other court records once the warrant is served and executed. And with that, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment that I need to turn in, but I will stand, I just got it from the reviser, but I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we'll give you time to turn that in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Go ahead. I didn't hear that.
We'll give you a moment to turn that in. If you want to share the number, we'll start getting it handed out.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I need to self-correct for just a moment. And the bill does something a little bit different than what I have just described, and it actually requires that certain in juvenile and criminal cases, that certain records be sealed, but that they then be unsealed for the service of the warrant. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I have an amendment 1569.
Distribute the amendment. Would you like your amendment read, or would you like to proceed with describing it?
I can describe it, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
What this bill does is it would allow, by changing one word on page 1 in line 20 after shall, by inserting apply to a warrant issued pursuant to KSA 222807 and amendments thereto. What this does is though these records are sealed, it would allow the compensated surety, the bondsman, to have access to the warrants if it's a warrant that was issued because the defendant failed to appear. So it gives our compensated sureties the opportunity to go find the defendant and bring him or her to court. With that, I'd stand for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 204 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn to Senate Bill 250. For purposes of carrying 250, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 250 is called the Right to Try for Individualized Treatment Act. The Right to Try Act is encapsulated in 250 because it does not change in any way the original right to try on the federal level. Rather, it creates a new, safe, and physician-directed pathway for patients with ultra-rare, life-threatening, or debilitating diseases for whom there are no other treatment options available. Pioneering medical innovations now make it possible to create individualized treatments based on unique genetic information. However, the current trial evaluation system was designed for evaluating drugs that would just be used to treat large populations. This act accounts for these advancements in genomic medicine and the innovations that provide the means to create medical treatment based on one's unique DNA profile. It's already in law in 6 states. Individualized treatments are being pioneered in the U.S. and also abroad, but unfortunately, patients in the U.S. often travel thousands of miles. These are very safe. They take patient safety as top priority. All these treatments must comply with federal regulations for the protection of human subjects in their research, ensuring that patients are safeguarded while pursuing their investigational therapies. Facilities provide these treatments are required to hold a federal-wide assurance, or FWA, which demonstrates compliance with safety standards. It ensures that the safety and well-being are paramount. The advancements in genomic medicine and individualized therapies require a regulatory framework that adapts to the needs of the patients rather than constricting one. One of the testimonies that we heard in committee came from Kendra Riley, to which they were 3 of her children. She's a mother of 3 girls, 2 of which were diagnosed with a rare genetic disorder, metachromatic leukodystrophy, MLD, a rare and aggressive genetic disorder that attacks the brain and the nervous system. Their daughter, Olivia, was rapidly losing the ability to walk and talk. The doctors told them that Olivia's condition would continue to worsen, and she was not even 2 years old at the time of diagnosis. A few months later, their youngest daughter, Kira, was diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but unlike her older sister, Kira had not yet begun to show symptoms. Catching Kira's diagnosis early gave them the opportunity to try to save her life. Since there was a cutting-edge gene therapy treatment that was showing promising results in non-symptomatic MLD patients. I will quote from the letter. Unfortunately, since Olivia was already showing symptoms, this treatment could not help her, but it could potentially save our Kira's life if we move quickly. There was only one issue. This personalized gene therapy, which would be tailored to Kira based on her DNA, was not available in the United States due to the FDA's outdated drug approval process. In order to get Kira this promising individualized treatment, we packed up our family and relocated to Milan, Italy for nearly half a year. We were able to raise the hundreds of thousands of dollars needed to get our baby girl to Italy in order to receive the treatment before it was too late. As genetic testing allows doctors to catch rare diseases earlier and personalized medicine advances, I fear more parents will face situations like ours. I'm pleased to report Kira's individualized treatment was a life-saving success. She's now a vibrant child who loves gymnastics, swimming, and singing like Taylor Swift. Her sister, Olivia, unfortunately, was already in hospice at this age and could no longer walk, talk, or hold up her head. None of Kira's everyday normal abilities would be possible without her receiving the treatment in Italy, a treatment she should have been able to have in the U.S. And, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mothers and fathers in this room, I think we can speak united and say that there is nothing that we wouldn't do to take care of our children. As a father, I found out that my son, when he was 6, was diagnosed with a brain tumor. The things that go through your mind are quite unbelievable in that time between diagnosis, treatment options, removal. And I'm here to tell you that there is truly nothing that I would not have done to save my son. Now, thankfully, my son was blessed with being able to have it surgically removed. He ended up having 2 more surgeries and is very successful as a 20-year-old in Manhattan. However, my good friend and constituent is not so lucky. His daughter is 7. And October 1st, they found out that she has a DIPG brain tumor. The doctor came in to tell him their prognosis and simply said, she has 6 to 9 months of life expectancy, no option for removal, and absolutely no treatments. So to say that this hits home for me and for many others, I can tell you that it does. And as with my constituent and my friend and his daughter, Maddie, I will stand firm in supporting this legislation and saying that there is nothing that I wouldn't do to support him and to support his endeavors in trying to save Maddie's life. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will be supporting this bill today. While I have certain cautions in terms of some of the parameters, for one, there is already a board in place to address this situation, but larger than that, I don't want to give people false hope. Yet, I certainly would not stand in the way of a parent or individual trying to get medical help for a family member. And with that, I have an amendment.
Your amendment number?
1566.
We'll distribute that. Would you prefer to explain or have it read? Would you prefer to have it read or explain?
It is so extensive, I'd like it read.
Clerk will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 250 on page 1 in line 27 by striking the word and inserting a comma in line 28 after vaccines by inserting and medicinal cannabis.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
So it may not have been that extensive. But what this does is this amendment allows access to a product that has been found to have proven benefits for those with life-threatening or debilitating diseases. There would still be a very defined restrictive process. And this would put us more closely in line with the federal right to try bill signed by President Trump in 2018.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a concern I had with this bill, in that it opens the door to a pathway that leads us down a road with unintended consequences. We've examined medical cannabis for quite some time, and the term medical cannabis is nothing more than a marketing ploy. There are FDA-approved synthetic THC products that are on the market right now. Cannabinol or Epidiolex, Dronabinol, I can't remember the third one, but they're for seizure disorders. They're in extremely small doses. However, the idea of medical cannabis is opening the door to schizophrenia, mental disorders, hyperemesis disorders, cannabinol or cannabis use disorders. There is it just runs the whole gamut of basically taking us down the path toward recreational marijuana. I've long opposed that because of the detrimental effects it would have on this state, not only from a social safety net standpoint, but also from a law enforcement standpoint, and accepting this amendment would do that. We've had extensive hearings, informational briefs from law enforcement, the Attorney General, the KBI, who all oppose this. This is a very, very dangerous amendment, and for this reason, I will oppose the amendment, and I struggle with the bill as well. And I totally understand the parents and people who are sick, who are desperate for a cure. I totally get that. But I think it opens the door to this sort of thing, and I'm very worried about this, and I would encourage the body to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I have had the benefit, the privilege, frankly, for 7 years, ending this last November. I have had a CBD store in Wichita that we sold this past November, but I have had the privilege to see on a daily basis the positive effects that cannabis can have on people's lives. I think that this would be an amazing benefit for Kansans. Frankly, the idea of schizophrenia or any of the other things, honestly, people use CBD to avoid those things. Anxiety is one of the top reasons that people come to a CBD store. So dangerous, boy, I've never seen it. In 7 years, I have never seen it. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
I would like to address a couple of those points, please. Unintended consequences. We are already dealing with unintended consequences due to the fact that nearly every state around us has implemented a medicinal cannabis program. So the unintended consequences are that people from our state are going to other states. Medicinal cannabis is already here. What this would do, though, is it would allow a very defined, restrictive process for those who are terminally ill to access a product that has been proven to have benefits. In fact, this is a product that has been tested more than some of the other products that people could potentially use through this bill. Again, there has to be a very direct consultation with physician and, again, terminally ill patients. We should stand up for all of them and allow them access to this product, which has been proven to help. With that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion to amend Senate Bill 250. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The noes have it. Roll call's been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call's in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Claysham Saline. Claysham Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hulsher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote aye on this amendment and appreciate it being brought. It is a topic that's been around for quite some time, and I think that if we were to drill down in our individual districts, it is something that we should be offering by way of alternative, certainly holistic options, as the underlying bill speaks to. And so I vote aye and still am befuddled, as was represented during its offering, when all around us we have, in every state, the options for holistic, natural alternatives to opiates and other prescription drugs for the alleviation of pain and the addressing of illness, why we would continue to live in the yesteryear for such treatment. I would hope that we would continue to talk with our districts, listen to the people who live in our districts, Mr. Chair, about having options, including medicinal cannabis, and move us, as the majority of America has moved, the way the majority toward having this option, this holistic, natural option in the treatment of our pains and our maladies. And I hope that we'll revisit this soon. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I voted no. the timing of such an impactful amendment is poor timing. We could probably look around at surrounding states and understand a lot of what not to do, whether that's cartels in Oklahoma. So I would say this is not the right time for this amendment, and I'd like those comments put in the record, please.
Ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to kind of expound on what the senator from Leavenworth just said, you look at how Oklahoma had a referendum on medical cannabis, and people were hoodwinked. They voted for it. They don't have recreational in Oklahoma. They have, it's the wild, wild west. The cartels have taken over that state. China, Russia, Mexico, they're using that for cover for other drug smuggling, lacing it with fentanyl, sex trafficking, human trafficking. That's what this opens the door to. And I cannot in good conscience vote for anything that does that. A lot of people who want to use marijuana because they think it might cure them, unfortunately, are probably under the influence when they make those decisions and are not thinking clearly, and so I vote no.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say a few words on the folks that said they've never seen any problems with marijuana. I'd invite them to go to Denver sometime. There are over 30,000 people living on the streets in Denver, Colorado, and most of them are associated with drugs. So you think this is a really good deal, just look around the country a little bit and you'll find out it's not near as good as it looks. Thank you.
For a second bite at the apple, Senator from Leavenworth.
Thanks for the understanding, Mr. Chair. I would like to layer onto the comments of Senator Thompson, if appropriate, if approved.
So ordered. Further explanation. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'm just rising in support of this amendment, just as for some that haven't been in the body as long. In, I think it was 2015, the Senate actually had a committee to look into medical marijuana, and actually that committee did pass out a bill. The House has actually passed a bill on medical marijuana. So it's not something that this House and that this legislature on either side has not dealt with. So it's not foreign to this body, and it has come up before, many times.
Further explanations? Any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor, 31 against, the motion fails. We are back on Senate Bill 250. Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think it's tragic that we would turn a discussion on a right to try for individualized treatment for patients with ultra-rare, life-threatening, debilitating diseases that could be life-saving to a debate on so-called medical marijuana that should be a completely separate bill. If somebody wants to bring that to committee, we could have that discussion in committee. This is unfortunately, I also want to point out, this bill does not give the right to try an illegal substance, and I would urge the body not to support medical marijuana. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, Senate Bill 250.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 121. Carrying Senate Bill 121, the chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 121 did have amendments.
Please move the committee report.
Yes, I was just getting ready to do that. I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, we did have amendments, and I would move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, Senate Bill 121, amends Kansas insurance law relating to regulatory tools and financial oversight of insurance companies operating in Kansas. We called this the Kansas Insurance Department Accreditation Bill because that's primarily what it's focused on. It contains requirements for the Kansas Department of Insurance to maintain accreditation with NAIC. The department financially examines 42 insurance companies domiciled in Kansas to ensure they remain and maintain solvent. So through the accreditation process, the department can verify that 1,600 insurance companies domiciled in other states selling policy in Kansas also meet solvency standards. So Senate Bill 121 would authorize the insurance commissioner to select and to announce the version of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners risk-based capital instructions that would become effective for the upcoming calendar year. That announcement would be required to be published no later than December 1 each year in the Kansas Register. The bill would also clarify that health organization risk-based capital includes an organization licensed as a life and health insurer that the commissioner is determined to report mainly health lines of business. It would also update the Insurance Holding Company Act. The bill also requires insurance companies who do not issue policies within 2 years of their charter to dissolve. That dates back to 1927 and hampers the operations of insurance companies who may not immediately desire to sell policies after receiving their charter. So there were proponents, the Kansas Department of Insurance, of course, this is their accreditation bill, and we had no opponents, no neutrals. However, it was amended in committee, as I noted earlier. The easy amendment was line 31, page 14. There was a technical amendment. The word material should not have been stricken, so we added it back. The longer amendment was section 2, KSA 40-202 and 40-4602. This was a long amendment, but it primarily states that the Kansas Insurance Department does not regulate self-funded health plans. It was brought to us by the University of Kansas Health Systems. The Kansas Insurance Department has never regulated self-funded health plans, and the addition of this language to this bill was felt to be important. Self-funded plans are federally regulated, not regularly regulated, sorry. There's no fiscal impact. It passed out of committee unanimously. So, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the senator from Shawnee bringing this forward. And for some of us who've been in this body for a number of years, is part of this bill allowing us not to have annual bills updating some of these regulations?
Mr. Chair, may I answer?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I probably should have included that there is language in here now that doesn't require them to bring us this bill annually, just to update a yearly number. So thank you.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that very much. It will save us time in the ensuing years.
Further questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 121 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 139. Carrying Senate Bill 139 is the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 139 amends the state banking code, which applies to state chartered banks and trust companies. These entities are regulated by the Office of the State Banking Commissioner. Senate Bill 139 updates certain definitions, terms, and conditions, specifying that certain hearings to be held in accordance with Kansas Administrative Procedures Act, updating certain internal references, requiring immediate notification of changes in board members, specifying that the charter of certain banks be deemed void on the effective date of a merger, establishing conditions under which it would be lawful to engage in banking without first obtaining authority from the commissioner. This bill also amends relating to the contract for trust services, pertaining to the relocation of trust office and pertaining to the prohibition of out-of-state entities to establish or operate a trust facility in Kansas. This bill would clean up a variety of provisions within the Kansas Banking Code and other banking statutes. The proponents of this bill included the Office of the State Bank Commissioner and the Kansas Bankers Association. We had no opponents, no fiscal effect, unanimous recommendation of the FI&I Committee. With that, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 139 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll move now to Senate Bill 42. The chair will recognize the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request that we pass over this bill. We were waiting on an amendment, and the revisor had to go over to the House side because they're debating their insurance bills. So it may be a while.
We'll pass over Senate Bill 42, and we will move to Senate Bill 28. We will again recognize the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Senate Bill 28 amends the statute that governs denial, revocation, and suspension of licensed insurance agents, and also the statute that governs the licensure of public adjusters. There are a wide range of factors that the Commissioner of Insurance can consider when determining whether to deny, revoke, or suspend an agent's license or application, including any misdemeanor or felony offenses committed and other aspects of any offense, including the recency and seriousness of the conduct and the age when the offense was committed. Failing to respond to an inquiry from the commissioner within 15 days is also one of those factors in this bill. This bill allows the commissioner to consider those same factors that I just mentioned when determining whether to deny, revoke, or suspend a public adjuster's license. There are also some limits as to when you can apply for a license again after a license has been denied. Action taken by the commissioner that would affect any license or imposes any administrative penalty would be taken only after an opportunity for a hearing to be conducted in accordance with the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act. So Senate Bill 28 just brings parity between those two statutes. Lastly, the bill allows the status of an insurance agent's license or securities registration to be considered when reviewing a public adjuster's license, and allows the status of a public adjuster's license or securities registration to be considered when reviewing an insurance agent's license. The proponents for this bill were the Kansas Department of Insurance, and the National Insurance Crime Bureau also strongly supported the bill. No opponents, no neutrals. As noted, it was amended in committee. It was a technical amendment brought by the revisor. Line 25, section 2 on page 5, we added the word business to failing to respond to an inquiry from the commissioner within 15 business days. There's no fiscal impact. This was a House companion bill that passed 114-0 last week. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 28 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 51. The chair recognizes the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, to carry the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 51 comes to you from Commerce Committee today. Senate Bill 51 would provide a sales tax exemption for certain firms making investments in qualified data centers. This exemption would be for sales tax for anything from land or site improvements, buildings, data center equipment, lease purchases, etc. It's important to note that these sales tax exemptions do have a timeline. So it's a 15-year timeline for an investment of at least $250 million, 30 years for an investment of at least $500 million, and 60 years for investment of $1 billion. In years past, this has been an unlimited exemption. And so in this instance, we are restricting that. 31 other states currently have exempt some level of sales tax for data centers, and so this would bring us in line with many of those. It's also worth noting that we already have machinery and equipment sales tax exemptions for manufacturing and distribution centers currently in Kansas, just not for data collection. One point that I did want to add to this as we're considering this, this bill is that at the 6-year mark on a $250 million project, the sales tax that we would have foregone is actually outweighed by the sales tax we would collect on the utilities, and specifically the electricity that is being purchased. And so ultimately this is a net benefit. There are other restrictions with the bill. For example, at least 20 jobs would be created and sustained and a number of other things. But at this point, Mr. Chair, I believe I will just stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Harvey. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from the Senator from Harvey. I understand that the projections at this point, based on our perhaps current use and current cost of electricity, would provide that additional sales tax. My question is, can we foresee the future and how much electricity these centers will be using? So is that a projection or is that a guarantee?
Senator from Harvey.
There is certainly no guarantee in the future other than death and more taxes. And so with that in mind, unfortunately, that's not a question that I can answer. I can just base it off of current predictions, what we know today. I know with electricity consumption, I originally had those concerns in committee, was able to meet with the proponents of this bill, and my concerns were allayed.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that. I know that we want to certainly attract this investment, attract the construction jobs it will bring, but I also know that in Kansas we need to pay attention to our use of water and probably as well our use of electricity. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct a question to the Senator from Harvey.
Proceed.
I'm wondering if this bill also puts requirements on how long one of these entities must stay within the facility that they build, or if they can abandon it at any time.
Senator from Harvey.
That is a great question that I don't have an answer to. I suppose what I would say along those lines is to even qualify for this, they have to invest $250 million. And so I wouldn't think they'd be in a hurry to abandon that level of investment, but I don't believe that it speaks specifically to this.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you. And do we have an estimate of the longevity of these facilities? We know that these big data centers are a relatively new phenomena. Do we have a life expectancy on these kinds of facilities?
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you. You know, part of this exemption actually is based on the amount of investment, so 15 years, 30 years, or 60 years. The idea and the reason for that extension is to ensure that these data centers can continue to be refreshed over time, so that, you know, technology changes at the blink of an eye, it seems like, and so 5 years from now, if they need to update those servers, I think it goes back to that initial investment. So a lot of that is put into facilities and hard buildings in the ground. and continuing to invest in and update those data centers is part of the solution here.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Harvey? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise as an enthusiastic supporter of this bill. Kansas isn't just missing out on data centers, we're actively turning them away. According to the Kansas Department of Commerce, we've lost 5 major data center investments simply because we lack the basic sales tax exemption that 31 states already offer. This isn't speculation. We have over a dozen projects, that are ready to move forward if we pass SB 51. Without the bill, these investments go somewhere else. The energy impact has been mentioned, maybe obliquely, but it was mentioned. And I just want to note for those that are concerned about energy usage that the 2024 the Kansas Corporation Commission report confirms that large load customers like data centers actually help make electricity more affordable for everyone. Because these facilities provide substantial, predictable demand from large customers, they can plan and invest more efficiently in our power infrastructure. The KCC's analysis shows that this leads to more competitive rates for all Kansas customers. So if folks are concerned about the electrical usage, the answer is to create more power production, not to reduce investment in our state. Again, it's been mentioned, but this isn't special treatment, it's equal treatment. Kansas already provides similar exemptions for manufacturing and distribution centers. Data centers are just the modern equivalent. So the choice is simple. We can pass SB 51 and compete for billions in new investment, or we can continue to watch these opportunities go to other states. No state has ever attracted a significant data center investment without this basic exemption. This bill brings new investment, creates high-paying jobs, improves our power infrastructure, and generates long-term tax revenue. And it's time for Kansas to get in the game. Thank you. I yield.
Further questions for the Senator from Harvey? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Come up this morning in committee about this electrical use. As a senator, how are we going to handle if they decide that they want to put their own little power plant in, and as far as collecting taxes, is there anything in the bill that would prohibit them from providing their own power?
Senator from Harvey.
That's a very good question, and I don't believe that the bill speaks specifically to their own power generation. I would simply say if they do choose to partner with or create their own power generation, that would allay some of the concerns of them overutilizing power and restricting it to consumers.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess part of my concern is not so much the supply as it is the sales tax on the electricity. I don't know if we should have something in the bill that says that if they do at some point in time put their own power supply in, that they would continue to pay sales tax on the power.
Senator from Harvey.
I have no objection to having that conversation or, possibly an amendment to that effect that we could debate as a whole of the body. I don't know from a time standpoint whether now is the appropriate time, but I do understand and at least respect that concern, and I'm willing to have a conversation.
Further questions for the Senator from Harvey? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned, under SB 51, the incremental sales tax paid on electricity adds up to more than the sales tax exempted on the data center equipment. And with that, I would move that when the committee rises and report SB 51 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We stand at recess.
Senate will come to order. Senate will return to the committee of the whole with Senator from Saline, Senator Clays in the chair.
We'll return to that order of business. General orders. Recognize Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich for SB 42.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, so I move we adopt the committee report.
Heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Senate Bill 42 creates a real-time motor vehicle insurance verification system for the state of Kansas. Every registered vehicle in the state must be insured, and I think you know this, by a car insurance policy. Each policy has to have minimum coverage limits, which include liability coverage and personal injury protection. Even so, there are still Kansas vehicles that remain uninsured. The Insurance Information Institute estimates that approximately 8% of the vehicles registered in Kansas are uninsured. During 2021 and 2022, insurance companies writing auto insurance in Kansas paid $51.9 million in claims involving uninsured motorists. Those claims are directly related to our prospective premium rates. So Senate Bill 42 mirrors the legislation that's been enacted in 20 other states that have enacted legislation to create a real-time insurance verification system. And those states have reduced their uninsured motorist rate by half. So Senate Bill 42 enables the Commissioner of Insurance to establish an online motor vehicle insurance verification system to verify whether a person operating a motor vehicle is covered by current insurance. It would allow them to issue an RFP and work with the Kansas Department of Revenue to implement the system. Law enforcement, and you know this probably, often investigates accidents during which a driver must provide proof of insurance. That proof is typically offered as a printed card, an email, or an app on your cell phone. It's simple for the card to be lost, forged, or inaccurate if someone simply stopped making their insurance payments. It's also common for drivers to be able to, to be unable to find their proof of insurance, which further complicates the issue. So it's hoped that this bill would reduce the more than 5,000 citations KHP has issued in 2024 for failing to provide proof of insurance. I just want to be clear, this bill would not change the current requirement to provide proof of insurance, nor would it alter the penalties for failing to provide proof of insurance. Instead, you turn the page here, it would assist with confirming that a vehicle is covered during a traffic stop or while investigating a crash. The proponents were the Kansas Department of Insurance, Kansas Highway Patrol, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Peace Officers Association. There were no opponents, there were no neutrals. There was an amendment in committee. Section 1, line 11, the revisor clarified the name of the new act by adding insurance verification to the Kansas Real-Time Motor Vehicle Insurance Verification Act. Kansas Department of Insurance would fund this through their fees that they currently collect. That's no fiscal impact to the state. Department of Revenue estimates it would require maybe $45,000 to modify their test agency databases. Mr. Chair, before I stand for questions, we do have 2 amendments, and these amendments came from discussion in caucus. The one, I have turned the first one in. It is 1563, 1563.
We'll distribute it. Will you explain, or would you like it read?
It's only one sentence. I think I can explain it. And it came from some questions during our meeting this morning. In a new section 10, it would simply state that establishing compliance with this statute and amendments thereto through, and this is the part that's important, through the insurance verification system shall not be the primary cause for law enforcement to stop a vehicle. There was some concern that they're going to be scanning the license plates indiscriminately and looking for people who don't have a proof of insurance. They are not to do that, and this explicitly states that. Insurance verification system shall not be the primary cause for law enforcement to stop a vehicle.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't serve on the insurance committee, but I'm just, as a question of interest, currently, if a car is stopped and they're checking your license plates, does that show verification whether you have insurance or not, or whether it would be based on if you've been already stopped before? I don't know the answer.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was ready to answer and forgot I needed permission. Currently, you have to show proof of insurance through your registration information or the card that you sometimes put in your registration packet. Or you could have it on your phone, or you could have proof of insurance on an email, but you are still needing to prove that you have insurance. There's no ability to scan your license plate now to determine whether or not you have insurance.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So with this, I'm not seeing then what this amendment achieves.
Senator from Shawnee.
It achieves the, I guess, the reassurance that your license plates will not be scanned for any other purpose other than if you're in an accident or you're stopped, it will only be used to verify that you have valid liability insurance on your automobile.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that answer. However, didn't you just say that your license, just scanning your license plate by a law enforcement officer does not provide proof of insurance? It would have to be once the officer asks for that information. Would that be correct?
Senator from Shawnee.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm maybe misunderstanding her inquiry. We currently do not have the ability to determine whether or not you have insurance unless you have proof of insurance, whether it's a card, your cell phone, whatever the proof of insurance that you might have. So this bill is the enactment bill to allow us in Kansas to do what 20 other states have, which is to authorize a real-time motor vehicle insurance verification program. So we scan license plates to go through the KTA, but we have the ability and the authorization to do that. This is not what that is. This is just to assure that you have, and it may not even be scanning a license plate. It might just be looking at the information that you provide, whether it's the card, the cell phone, or the email, to determine that you do have verifiable insurance.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So where I'm focused on the license plate, this is not just the license plate. It's just to ensure that someone isn't getting stopped just because they potentially don't have insurance.
Correct.
Senator from Shawnee.
Sorry, correct. I'm so
Thank
sorry,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Shawnee, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking for clarification. I think it was just answered with that last reply to the last question, but is the purpose of the amendment to prevent law enforcement from scanning license plates as they would see fit, so they can't use what they could see from that scan as a pretext to stop you when otherwise you haven't been involved or engaging in any traffic violation or an accident. So it's not used as a pretext to stop you. Is that correct?
Senator from Shawnee.
That is correct. Thank you. You probably said that much more articulately than I could have. Yes.
Further questions for the Senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of comment. I do think that this was an important amendment to offer, and I thank the Senator for offering this amendment. We don't want to see a situation where citizens or law enforcement agencies, for that matter, are, scanning license plates kind of without cause, and having this be a potential reason to pull somebody over. We still want there to be some sort of reason why an individual was potentially pulled over that then results in the finding of having no insurance. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Senator from Shawnee.
Mr. Chair, I believe there is a second amendment going to be offered by another senator.
Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment number 1576.
Pass out the amendment. Senator, would you prefer your amendment be read, or would you like to explain?
I can explain. Mr. Chair, this amendment is short. It applies to new section 3 and subsection large B5. And what it does is it essentially strikes "but not limited to" and changes that to "shall be limited to." And below that is a list of 5 things that can be used to identify and match insurance and drivers. This just makes it clear that we don't want that to be read more expansively and include things like insurance contracts or other consumer data. So this is sort of dovetails with the law enforcement amendment that was just passed, and it's intended to protect basically only the minimum amount of information necessary for this system is what will be provided from the insurance company to the government agencies. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the amendment. So does the amendment prevent the insurance company from turning over the entire private insurance contract? Quite frankly, it's a private contract between an individual and the insurance company. Does it prevent the insurance company from turning over the entire contract to the Department of Insurance?
Senator from Pottawatomie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it would not compel that, and if that were to happen, it would be because the insurance commissioner has demanded that as necessary to operate the system. So that would be our recourse. But this, I believe, limits fairly effectively the information that's intended to be turned over.
Senator from Johnson. Any further questions for the Senator from Pottawatomie on the amendment? Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to tell the body that this is a friendly amendment. I encourage you to vote affirmatively on it. I think it makes a good bill even better.
Any further questions for the Senator from Pottawatomie on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on SB 42 as amended. Senator from Shawnee, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the amendments, which I appreciate to the bill, and I appreciate the bill's intent of making sure that more motorists on Kansas roadways, Kansas residents, have auto insurance. Does anything in the bill as amended prevent an insurance company or require an insurance company from giving the entire insurance contract to the department?
Senator from Shawnee.
Mr. Chair, that has never been the intent, and that has never been required. So We think this language limits that information even more than it does in the bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. With this new information, I suppose it's new information because we haven't had this system set up before, would this information be subject to a KORA request to the department?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you very much for that question. I should have mentioned that earlier. It is privileged information and it is not subject to a KORA request. And it says that in the bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 42 favorably as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll turn our attention now to Senate Bill 186. The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the third of three kind of bond industry bills that we're looking at before turnaround. The reason there are three and not one is because they were different pieces that were broken up into three bills rather than into one. And what this bill does is it requires affidavits or sworn testimony supporting probable cause in the issuance of a warrant or summons to be made available to law enforcement prior to the execution of such warrant or summons. I had sort of talked about that was the Bill 204, but went back and corrected my testimony there or my statements, and that's what this bill does, is it provides that law enforcement agencies can have access to the warrant information before they're executed. And the bill was introduced by the Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, and Kansas Peace Officers Association. And it does help correct an issue that they're finding with the implementation of the Odyssey system by the OJA in our 105 counties and how that impacts court documents. So it shall require that the sworn testimony in support of the probable cause requirement for a warrant shall be made available to law enforcement prior to execution of the warrant or summons. And there was one neutral on the bill, and that was the Board of Indigent Defense Services, and they were neutral because they weren't sure how it would impact the actual execution of the warrant, whether that would create some confirmation bias in the law enforcement officer, but they were neutral on the bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 186 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll move now to Senate Bill 241, recognizing again the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we're going to move over to the civil context rather than the criminal. And what this bill does is, you all probably have heard of non-compete covenants or non-compete restrictions, that when an employee is hired, they are often signing a non-compete agreement that if they leave that employment, that they restrict competing in the same industry against that employer for either a geographic restriction and or a certain time limit restriction. Well, those limits on your ability to earn a living, your ability to exercise free trade are frowned upon in law. So what this bill does is it doesn't talk about non-compete agreements, it talks about non-solicitation agreements. And it's just like what it sounds like, that you can enter into agreements that you as an employee, when you leave your employment, you won't solicit the material contact clients of your former employer for no more than 2 years. And the bill in its entire intent means to narrow the type of non-solicitation agreements that will be enforceable in Kansas, so that we do open up the market, quite frankly, to employees who want to leave employment. So it applies to when an owner agrees not to solicit employees. So you might have a co-owner who leaves that business, and then the non-solicitation agreement is so that the owner agrees not to solicit employees. Those can be enforced if they're limited to no more than a 4-year restriction. It also deals with when an owner agrees not to solicit the business's customers. And it would be limited to the agreement would be enforceable only for material contact customers, and again, can't extend more than 4 years. It also covers when the employee agrees not to solicit the entity's employees or owners. But that can be a restriction of no more than 2 years. And then also if an employee agrees not to solicit customers, again, they have to be a material contact customer, and it can be no more than 2 years of a limitation. And finally, it applies to when an owner agrees to prior notice of termination, that those are going to be enforceable in Kansas. If you've got a written agreement that if you're an owner or a co-owner, you're going to give prior notice of termination, those are going to be enforceable when they're in writing. So there were no opponents, and I will stand for questions.
Questions on Senate Bill 241? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 241 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll turn our attention now to Senate Bill 244, recognizing again the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And body, this will be the last time you'll hear me carrying a bill this turnaround session. So Senate Bill 244, I misspoke. It is our last surety bond and bill that we have before us. And if you'll remember last session that if you're going to have a bail amount set, that the compensated surety must charge a minimum on an appearance bond of a premium of 10% and has to get 5% of that paid before they can post the 10% into the court. So what we're finding is we need some application of some consumer protection here. Because what this bill is, it's really consumer protection for those defendants who have to come up with the 5%. And what we're finding is that the bondsmen are kind of acting like loan sharks, and they're saying, well, you know, I'll loan you the 5%, but it might be because they're an unregulated loan entity, it might be at an unreasonable interest rate. 50% could be 100%. And we want to afford consumer protection to this clientele just like we would other consumers in Kansas. So what it does is it would simply prohibit a compensated surety from loaning the money to the defendant. And when we heard this bill in committee, we were told that, well, that may be that the bill prohibits the bondsman from loaning you the money, but can your family member do that? Can a bank do that? And we're assured that yes, they could. However, if you look at the bill on page 3 of the bill, it says, and here's the meat of the bill. It says that at line 29, a compensated surety shall not provide a loan for the portion of the minimum appearance bond premium required. That's the 5%. And then it says that any loan obtained for the purpose of paying that portion shall be obtained from a financial institution that is licensed in the state of Kansas. Well, that doesn't include your mom and dad who can loan you the money. So to correct the bill and the intent that we can still get those loans from family members, I have an amendment. It has been turned in, and it is number 1548. And
we'll pause to pass that out. Would you prefer to explain?
yes, I can explain. Thank you. What it does is on page 3, it simply strikes the sentence that begins on line 31 that requires any loan obtained for the purpose of paying that portion of the minimum appearance bond has to be from a financial institution. So it would clarify that you don't have to go to a bank to go get the loan. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the amendment please go over it again? I heard a double negative and I'm not sure.
Senator from Johnson.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you'll see on page 3 at line 29, the sentence that requires, at line 31, that sentence that starts with any loan obtained shall be obtained from a financial institution. And if you read that, then that means, well, I can't then go get a loan from my mom or dad or my friend or some other entity.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to be clear, the amendment would allow individuals to get a loan from something other than a bank or financial institution.
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, it would. It would just still prohibit the compensated surety can't loan you the money. Because what we're finding is that with the law we passed last session that requires the 5% minimum be put up by you, the defendant, is that the compensated sureties are getting around that 5% requirement by saying, I will loan you the money, rather than you having to actually pay the 5%. And so then they're kind of turning into, I think, some unscrupulous behavior is what I'll say.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I'll support the amendment, the underlying bill I have question with. We had a bill that I told my husband about last night. He says, why are we bonding illegal immigrants anyway? And we passed that earlier today, and here we are trying to restrict the bonding of where the person on bail gets their money. I just feel like it's a little heavy-handed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carried. Roll call's been requested.
Point of order,
Not
Mr.
seeing
Chair. I don't
5
think
hands.
roll call is in order on a vote on an amendment.
Yeah, it's in order, but there's no 5 hands, so we'll move on. The motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson. Any questions for the Senator from Johnson on Senate Bill 244? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder to the body that when we have our compensated sureties, they're the first cog in the wheel of justice, making sure that the defendant, whoever he or she is, shows up for the day in court that they've been ordered to be there. So this bill provides that some accountability also, not only for the compensated surety, but also for the defendant. Make sure your 5% is being paid. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 244 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Roll call's been requested. Not seeing 5 hands. Roll call is not in order. Motion carries. We are now moving to Senate Bill 114. Carrying Senate Bill 114, the Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, is recognized to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a committee amendment, and I do move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Senate Bill 114, as amended, would authorize non-public school students and virtual school students participating in a school activity governed by the Kansas State High School Activities Association. It also, and also to participate in certain ancillary school district activities. You may remember a couple of years ago in 2023, we passed legislation that allowed these students to be able to participate. And we, in so doing, I believe we intended for them to be able to participate in everything that was offered. But this bill came to us because a couple of students went out for the team. They participated for the whole season. And then at the end of the season, they were not allowed to letter. They were not allowed to participate in the award ceremony and other things like that. So this just created a problem. And I think it went against the intent of our legislation. In speaking in committee, a case representative did say that they were unaware of this and they would have stepped up to say something. However, CASA governs the activities but not these events. So I think that's a problem. So I think this is something that we need to move forward with and address. This would cover pep rallies, something like pep rallies, award honor ceremonies, lettering events, yearbook or promotional functions, and other events or programs providing an activity honoring students who participate in the activity. The eligibility requirements, of course, are typically that you've got to live in the district. There's a unique situation with KAMS, the Kansas Academy of Mathematics and Science, where a lot of those kids are not living in that area, but they would still like to participate because they actually stay in the Hayes area. So the requirements would be to be enrolled in KAMS, comply with requirements established by law, meet applicable age and eligibility requirements set forth by CASA, and then to be responsible for any fees that's added by the school district for all students participating in the activity. There were proponents and then neutral testimony from CASA, no opponents, and no other testimony provided, and I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Reno? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for this senator from Reno. Mr. Chair, on page 3 of the bill, these are lines 5 through 9. It says that any student who meets the requirements of this section and participates in activities described in subsection A, and I assume those are the Kansas Athletic Association activities, shall be entitled to all rights and subject to all responsibilities of any other participating student except as otherwise provided in this section, regardless of such student's enrollment status. Can the senator from Reno explain or just point out what those exceptions provided in this section are?
Senator from Reno.
Yes, those exceptions would be what I read just a little bit ago. Because they should be treated as any other student. They should all be treated equally. But in other words, if they're not in CAMS, if they don't live in district, there's things like that. That's what the issue is.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, again, it says except as otherwise provided in this section, and if that is just referring to the residents or is enrolled, complies with the requirements, then I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Senator from Reno, do you care to clarify?
Yes, and it was just brought to my attention by the reviser, there's also academic requirements and things like that, but essentially what would be required of anybody.
Further questions? Senator from Lyons, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just more comments. I don't think this bill is necessary. It follows up on a previous bill in 2023. Based on the testimony, the Kansas State High School Activity Association did not have a chance to address this, nor did they know about it, and that was the testimony. And I think in all fairness, we should allow that process to happen, the chain of command to happen, chain of communication to happen. They did provide data that we did not even talk about, and I think those were positives, and that was the participation numbers that this bill in 2023 has brought, which was positive.
As far as the CAMS program, I have experience with that program. It's a very good program. I'm not sure that that should be attached in this bill, but it is. It's a great opportunity for kids, and there's a large component of this request is between parents and the school, because kids are I'm going to say displaced, and the context is a little bit out of, but they're not at home. They're in Hayes. And the issues surrounding that is more between the parent and the school. And if they choose to register in another school district, that's a choice. But there's a lot of pieces that need to come together for that issue to happen. And I'm not asking that process to be limited, but I don't think that's our place to be doing that. I think that needs to work through the Kansas State High School Activity Association and the districts involved and let them bring a request if it so needs to be in statute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the senator from Lyon. I wish this bill wasn't necessary, but it is. And we heard in testimony that it was KSHA that denied the CAM students from being able to participate. The intent of this bill is very clear. Homeschool and private school students' parents pay taxes. They should be able to participate as any other student with the same requirements. And the problem with KSHA saying we didn't know about it, Mr. Chair, is we also heard testimony that KSHA does not have jurisdiction over things like pep rallies, awards banquets, lettering. Those are district decisions. And all we're saying is that a student should not be discriminated against if they're meeting the same requirements and participating as any other student based on enrollment status. So again, I wish we've seen it happen. It's so sad for this student who will not be able to get those activities back from being part of a team and excluded from lettering, excluded from the awards banquet with her teammates, all because a district wanted to discriminate based on enrollment status. So it is necessary, and I urge the body support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note on top of this too that Hayes High School has also been supportive of having CAMS kids come to their district. So I just want to make that comment that they are looking forward to hopefully this bill passing and having those students come to their district. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Reno. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I have a question for the carrier of the bill. Senator, when this hearing was held in education, and did we hear any testimony from other than one parent?
Senator from Reno.
We did hear from an attorney.
Senator from
I
Wyandotte.
believe there's also written from a couple of the students.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And were all of the testimony that we heard was over one incident? Would that be correct?
Senator from Reno.
That's correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Another piece of this is, yes, this legislation allowing homeschool students to participate in KSHA activities, that legislation is new, and we are now enacting into legislation what I call a one-on bill. I mean, we heard from one person that alleged that their child who participated in activities was not allowed to go to something at the school when awards were being given. We never heard anything from the school. As was said earlier on the floor, we did hear from KSHA, and that KSHA was unaware of this situation. For those here that have been involved with school districts, you are well aware that KSHA really provides a lot of support to their schools when they ask for something that may or may not be covered specifically under their rules. And so this legislation now opens up, and this particular school, actually I had the superintendent reach out to me about this situation, which we did not have any testimony in committee, nor did we ask for any to hear, both sides of what happened in this one situation. And this is a high school that only has 50 students. But this legislation now pertains to all schools and all the schools that participate with KSHA activities. And if you've looked at it carefully, it basically opens up, under the word ancillary activities, it opens up buildings almost to anything. And I would just say, if families are choosing to homeschool, which they have the right to do, and if they're choosing to have, or their sons or daughters want to participate in activities, that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't understand why they want to be in a school building when they've chosen not to be educated in that school building at all times. So this bill causes me a lot of concern for how it opens up our public schools to have students in them that are not, they're making choices to be educated elsewhere. That would not be the case. That we're not saying now that public school students need to go to every homeschool activity with legislation, because we don't legislate anything with homeschoolers. So I do encourage the body to think about that, and think about what unintended consequences we're creating, instead of just having legislation that maybe talks about, if there was this fear about that award assemblies that were tied to KSHA activities that they were not allowed to attend. That would be one thing. But if you've read carefully on page 1, in lines 16 through 22, you can see that it is very, very broad, and does beg the question as to then what would the student not, what would there be license to not have them included in at the school. So I'm always try to think about, when we legislate here, we're legislating for the state of Kansas. We're not legislating for one homeschool family, or that could be for any other thing, but in this case it's homeschool. So we should be thinking about that in the broader scope of things. That's why I think this bill is unnecessary and really goes over the edge.
Other questions for the senator from Reno? Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one additional question, and it's because I heard the comment that parents of these students are paying taxes. Absolutely true. So I'm asking the senator from Reno, would any of the tax dollars that they're paying go to the school district where they're participating in this activity?
Senator from Reno.
I believe that's the way it works. You pay property taxes, and wherever those are geared to go, that's where they go.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we're going to be reviewing our school finance formula, but my understanding is that they would pay taxes in that county. The county would, clerk or treasurer would figure out by the finance formula and number of students enrolled, what's needed. State would either make it up or receive more tax dollars. So my understanding is the tax dollars that those parents are paying would not necessarily go to that school district unless they were enrolled. Is that not the case?
Senator from Reno.
I haven't had a child in school for 24 years, but I've been paying school taxes the whole time.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to have paid taxes to schools because, in fact, I got a great education. And so I see it as paying back. But again, and particularly if we look at this case of the STEM program at Fort Hays, which I think is a great thing, and I think that part of the bill does identify that concern. But in fact, what I'm hoping doesn't happen is that other students in public schools end up being charged a fee because if they don't charge fees to all students, they couldn't collect them from those students who just want to participate in the activity. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Reno. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill. As a former teacher and as a mother of 4 who homeschooled my youngest son who was severely dyslexic and language delayed, I can absolutely assure you that my taxes went to DeSoto Public Schools, though I was homeschooling my son because he just didn't fit in school. Didn't blame his teachers. Just when you're a non-reader going into 4th grade, where do you put them? And I was so grateful that when I was able to go talk to the school board, that they allowed me to come as an art docent, allowed my son to come and participate in some of the activities, including field day. He was only in 4th grade. But the passionate speech from the parent that was, I found so sad for a child who participated with the team, but then when you find you can't be in the yearbook photo with the team, or you don't get the awards that some of the other people on the team received, this is highly unfortunate. And whether it's one child in a school, I was told that we just heard had only 50 students, it doesn't matter how many students there are in the public school. The point is, allowing this child to participate, public school may not work for them, for their learning environment or for whatever the need may be, but just saying to the schools, please allow them to participate like any other member of the team. I think it's imperative that we pass this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Reno? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is really pretty narrow. It's only CASA regulated activities. So doesn't cover intramural sports or anything like that. It's strictly those. It would be things related to that. It's just not going to be things just off the wall that people wander in and want to participate in. And we passed this legislation 2 years ago, and I think the intent of it is if you're on the club, or not on the club, but on the team, and you're participating, then and you earn a letter, you should get a letter. If you win an award, you should get the award. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that reports 114, SB 114 out favorably.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 76. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 76, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 76 is referred to as the Given Name Act, and it simply says that if a student in school wants to be called by a name other than that on their birth certificate or a pronoun other than their biological sex, they must get parental written permission. It also states that any employee of the school district cannot be compelled to use speech. In other words, use a name other than that's on the birth certificate or a pronoun that is not the same as the child's biological sex. It would violate their First Amendment rights, and that there shall be no adverse employment repercussions because of their refusal to do so. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on Senate Bill 76? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the Senator from Sedgwick. What's the intention of this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The truth and protecting teachers and employees' First Amendment right not to be compelled to use speech that violates their beliefs.
Senator from Shawnee.
I find that a little curious, perhaps a little disingenuous. I'm going to read a section of the bill. So I guess just starting from, be it enacted, this section shall be known and cited as the Given Name Act. No employee of a school district, regardless of such employee's official duties, shall address a minor with a pronoun or title that is inconsistent with the biological sex of such a minor, unless the employee has the written permission of such a minor's parent and name other than the name listed on the minor's birth certificate or derivative of such a name without the written permission of the minor's parent. No employee of a school district or post-secondary educational institution shall be subject to an adverse employment action for declining to address an individual using a name other than the name listed on the individual's birth certificate or pronoun or title that is inconsistent with the individual's biological sex. Just pausing there for a moment, knowing that the Senator from Sedgwick has worked in school administration, has the Senator from Sedgwick ever encountered any of these scenarios during her work, I believe, earlier in Newton, Kansas?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have. It was not in Newton, Kansas. It was when I was a principal in Wichita, Kansas. And yes, I have very extensive experience with this. And I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that when this occurred in the school that I was principal at, the staff was very confused. They wanted to be respectful. We all do of this student. But they were very conflicted between being respectful to the student and saying, how do I refer to this student? This clarifies that. This provides clear direction, legal direction for staff so they know what their rights are. And we've seen this happen. There have been cases in the state of Kansas around this. But yes, it did happen in the school that I was a principal at.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was a lot of words, I guess, but if they were confused about how the student wanted to be referred to, couldn't they have just asked the student if that was their intention to identify what the student preferred to be referred to as?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a confusion over what the student wanted. There was confusion, not confusion, but conflict over their personal beliefs of knowing that that was contrary to their personal beliefs to call a student who was a biological male as a female as the pronoun she.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm really struggling with how an individual's beliefs are in conflict with their role in a school or perhaps school administration in providing the best outcome for that student. If the Senator from Sedgwick could clarify.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's pretty simple. There's biological fact. And when a student wants to contradict that, teachers are conflicted between their belief that this is fact and what their beliefs are, and respecting what the student wants to be called. This allows them, it specifies that if a staff member, if a teacher wants to call a student or pronoun, fine, as long as there's written parental permission, but they cannot be compelled to due to the First Amendment.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier in my life, when I really was hoping that as a teenager I might get a contract from Nike, I was watching it didn't work out, but I would watch the Olympics, and there was a runner named Caster Semenya, and there was a lot of doubt or just lack of clarity. Were her testosterone levels too high? And I only cite that because of the Senator from Sedgwick's insistent on biological fact, when in fact there's, I think, plenty of cases, including in the Olympics, including in track and field and marathon running, where gender has actually been under legitimate dispute, question, and what's fair. I won't anchor on that too much. I'm disappointed by the senator from Sedgwick's lack of good faith to engage in the content of this bill. But I think moving on to the next section of the bill, no student shall be subject to any disciplinary action for declining to address an individual using a name other than the name listed on the individual's birth certificate or pronoun or title that is inconsistent with the individual's biological sex. Could the senator from Sedgwick explain that section, Mr. Chair?
We'll remind the body not to impugn the motivations of the members of this body. Calling now on the senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this bill does not prohibit a student using a different name or a different pronoun as long as the parent is aware and gives written permission. Same thing for the student. The students also cannot be compelled to use speech that violates their personal beliefs.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that in the earlier section, pronoun or title that is inconsistent with the biological sex of such a minor, unless the employee has the written permission of such minor's parents and name other than the name listed on the minor's birth certificate or derivatives of such name without the written permission of the minor's parent. Now that, my reading of the bill, that applies for someone employed by the school, but not to a student. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Or if the senator from Sedgwick could answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If a student chooses to call another student by a different pronoun, they are more than welcome to, but they cannot be compelled to. They cannot be forced to against their personal beliefs. But if they choose to, they're more than welcome to.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, just to be clear, even if one student's parents agree, they understand the situation the child is in, they're supportive of them being called by a different name or gender, a classmate could still refer to them by a different gender, and that student addressing the child in question could not be punished. Is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct.
Senator from Shawnee.
Is the senator from Sedgwick aware of the suicide rate among teenagers?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am.
Senator from Shawnee.
For the senator from Sedgwick, what is the attempted suicide rate or suicidal ideation among teenagers at large?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chair, I guess I'd like clarification. Is the question from the senator from Shawnee insinuating that if a person isn't called by a certain name or pronoun, they're more susceptible to commit suicide?
Senator from Shawnee.
I was just wondering if the senator from Sedgwick was aware of the rate of suicide or suicidal ideation among teenagers. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asked and answered.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear an answer, but the answer is 22%. 22% of high school students in the United States have considered suicide. Is the senator from Sedgwick aware of the rate of suicidal ideation or suicide attempt among trans students?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Yes, I have heard those statistics before.
Senator from Shawnee.
Could the senator from Sedgwick share her understanding of those statistics?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any suicide of any student for any reason is a tragedy. I don't recall the exact percentage, but any suicide is a tragedy for any reason.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I guess I wasn't clear if the senator from Sedgwick understood the rate of suicide and suicidal ideation among trans high school students.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not surprising due to their confusion over the most basic biological fact. But like I said, any suicide by any student is a tragedy.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the senator from Sedgwick doesn't know. I think it's 82% of trans high school students have considered suicide, and 40% of them have attempted it. And going back to the section of the bill that I was questioning, this bill legalizes bullying in schools. That is the intent. And if that was not the intent, then the people who wrote and brought the bill would not have written it with the specificity and hate that they wrote it with. And with that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment, 1549.
We'll pass that out. Would you like it read, or would you like to explain?
If the reader could read. Mr. Chair.
The reader will read the amendment.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 76 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 1 in line 23 by striking all before the word act and inserting, quote, the right to bully, end quote. On page 2 in line 2, after the word for, by inserting, quote, bullying fellow students by, end quote. In line 9, after section F, by inserting, no student or parent thereof who has been subjected to legalized bullying shall have a cause of action against the employees of school districts and post-secondary educational institutions or the student accused of bullying. Section G, end quote.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have enough data now across the 50 states to know that in states like Kansas that have insisted on introducing legislation such as this, the attempted suicide rate has increased by as much as 72%. And if this body insists on passing this bill, I hope that we can call it what it is, and I would like to move the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Roll call.
The motion fails. A roll call requires 5 hands. Not seeing 5 hands simultaneously.
Point of order.
5 hands are up. Roll call's in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser.
No.
Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford.
No.
Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Luce.
No.
Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson? Ware? Morin?
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Any further changes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Aye to pass.
Any further changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Three having voted in favor, 31 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, this is a serious issue, and in my opinion, the carrier of this bill and others are very well intended. I'm just not convinced that this is the bill that we're looking for here today. And I'm also not convinced that introducing bad comedy in the form of amendments is very helpful. The road that brought us here today is an interesting one. In my opinion, it started when somehow we convinced a generation of Americans that words are violence. Not that they lead to violence, but they themselves are violence. And nowhere is this more evident than in our current battles over pronouns, where a simple misuse is treated as an act of aggression rather than what it often is, a mistake, a habit, or maybe just casual speech. Listen, I'm the oldest of three. I have a little sister and I have a little brother. And when we were growing up, we would take vacations to Colorado and go skiing. On one such trip, my little brother was hesitant about trying some black diamonds, and being the older brother, I felt it was my responsibility to goad him a bit. So I said something like, "Wow, I guess I have two little sisters." Yes, it's true, I misgendered him. And you know what? He wasn't harmed by it at all. Now, tumbling down the hill and breaking his leg, that probably was actually painful, and that's on me. But the words themselves did no harm. In my opinion, the legislature needs to get out of the pronoun business entirely. Last year, Ohio taxpayers had to shell out $450,000 because a school district punished a teacher for not using certain pronouns. Now, this bill swings the pendulum the other way, creating a private right of action to punish teachers for using the wrong pronoun or names. So it just seems to me that we're solving one constitutional violation by creating another. The bill's preamble proudly declares that teachers, quote, do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech, right before creating a litigation minefield to punish that very speech. So if you're keeping score at home, apparently we protect speech by punishing it. Under Section 1E, teachers could face lawsuits and monetary damages for using the wrong name or pronoun. If this august body feels compelled to legislate grammar, perhaps we could tackle something truly worthy like mandating the Oxford comma, which would actually improve the clarity in legal documents. And instead, we're turning our classrooms into courtrooms, our teachers into defendants over matters of basic grammar. The fundamental question isn't about pronouns. It's about whether we want the government micromanaging speech in our schools through the threat of litigation. I say we let teachers teach, let the students learn, and keep the courts out of enforcing preferred grammatical constructions, unless of course, it's the Oxford comma, which is clearly superior. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor.
Further questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I almost feel humbled to follow those comments, and I wanted to clap. But I will ask a question of the carrier, and this does somewhat follow up from the comments that were just made. So on page 2, in line 6, where it refers to a person who's harmed by a violation of this section, is person defined in the bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way I read that, a person could be an employee or a student who is compelled to use speech that violates their beliefs.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I think I need further, so a person, you said, could be a student or a teacher. A person could be a student or a teacher who overhears and then assumes that they are harmed or violated. Could this be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If an employee or a student is compelled to use a pronoun that violates their personally held beliefs, then they have cause of action.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I do not see where letter E is tied to the word compelled.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The harm would come from being compelled to violate your First Amendment right. That's the harm.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Again, this is an interpretation. So where in this bill, the person is not specifically defined, I would read this to be that if I'm in the hall and I hear someone being compelled to use a pronoun and I think that I have been violated by that, then I could bring a cause of action. I'm bringing this up because that letter E broadens it so broad, I believe, that it makes it hard to know who is the person who is being harmed. And that's what, among other things, but that's what causes me pause with this bill that now could bring some type of a lawsuit that, as was mentioned earlier, could lead to use of tax dollars to protect employees' rights, and because of this legislation that very clearly does not define who a person is that's being violated.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I did confirm with the reviser, Section E is tied to C and D, which would be an employee or student who's compelled to use speech that violates their belief. They are the one who's harmed, so it wouldn't be someone who just overhears something in the hall. It would have to be the person who was compelled to use speech that violated their beliefs.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Chair, Senator Erickson did a very nice job.
Please refer to senators by their county.
Sedgwick, the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson did a very nice job in the hearing. Very difficult situation, and she did a very nice job with the hearing. I just want to make some comments because I've made them in the committee, and most of you have heard these. I probably have concerns at both ends of this bill. Birth certificate, I feel like there should be stronger language in how the birth certificate or identifying document is used, and it should be used in permanent records. examples, diplomas, the SIS systems, transcripts, and that will matter when kids get older, that those names given to them by their parents are following them through the school. I do agree with the parent permission on anything outside of what their name requested should be, or that the parent's name that they want them to use. I do have concerns from the teaching side of things with the use or lack of use or of correct use of pronouns. Some of our kids, some of our adults, may be a challenge to whether it's a him or a her, and I don't think our teachers need to be worrying about that piece. They need to be teaching. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion, and I understand the intent of the bill. I have a question regarding what this would look like in its implementation regarding page 2, section E, which starts on line 6, and what it does is it creates a new civil cause of action. And what that would mean is that a person who is harmed, which I think could be a student, because if a student is subject to disciplinary action for declining to address an individual using a name, or it could be, I think it could be an employee of a school district who might be subject to adverse employment action for declining to address an individual using a name. So it could either be the employee of the school district, or it looks like a student. And because it says a person in subsection E, where it talks about creating a new civil cause of action, I suppose it could also be a parent. Was there any consideration, I don't serve on the committee, was there any consideration given to what the possibility of litigation in a civil court of law would have on our school districts? Meaning, would they be subject to a lot of we're going to sue you, the school district, because of an alleged violation of this, and rather than suing you, if you settle with us for a monetary amount, we won't sue you. And was there any consideration given to, there's a concept of governmental immunity for certain governmental actions, so that governmental entities aren't subject to lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit for certain governmental activities that, as the government, they have to undertake. Was there any discussion about that on the bill? So I guess that's kind of two questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did hear in testimony and in committee discussion about this is going to create a lot of lawsuits. Mr. Chair, there are already lawsuits going on, and it's because of the uncertainty that this bill now clarifies and provides. A teacher in a Geary County school district was threatened with her job because she refused to use a preferred pronoun. The federal court with jurisdiction over Kansas said it's difficult to envision why school would even claim, much less how a school could establish a generalized interest in withholding or concealing from the parents of minor children information fundamental to a child's identity, personhood, and mental and emotional well-being, such as their preferred name and pronoun. The court ruled in favor of the teacher. It cost $95,000. So many times in this body, we hear about, we pass laws, and organizations and agencies ignore them, because there is no financial teeth. Mr. Chair, if your First Amendment rights are violated or you're compelled to do something against your belief, shouldn't there be a recourse? And this isn't the only lawsuit. The ACLU has threatened districts who are trying to come up with policies about this. This legislation will clarify that. A district in Johnson County tried to make a policy to deal with this, to clarify so teachers know how to handle students in this situation. And parents have their right to know what's going on with their child, is not to see that it's not violated. And a school district in Johnson County tried to address this, and the ACLU came against them and said, students enjoy privacy rights over their sexual orientation and gender identity, and that mandatory outing of this sensitive information to a student's family runs afoul of the Constitution and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. I agree with the senator from Sedgwick. I wish we were out of this business. I wish we didn't have to tell districts not to discriminate against a student based on their enrollment status. We're not out looking for these issues, Mr. Chair. They are because they are occurring in our Kansas districts. Teachers want clarity and to know how to handle these situations. Districts are trying, but getting accused of violating constitutional rights if they don't hide it from parents. That's the necessity of this. All this bill does is say, if a student wants to go to school and change their pronoun or name, the parent has to know and give permission. And you cannot be compelled to violate your First Amendment rights to use a pronoun that goes against your personal belief. That's all this bill does. And if your rights are violated, you have recourse. Thought that's what law stood for and what America stands for, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate that explanation. And I agree that something of this nature should not be hidden from parents. I wholeheartedly agree with that. My question, again, concerns the enforcement. I think the examples that were given were school districts suing individuals, and what the bill contemplates is individuals suing school districts. And I think that if your First Amendment right were violated, you could bring a Section 1983 action currently. You can currently sue for violation of your First Amendment rights. So we need to be, I'm thinking, very careful if we're creating a new civil cause of action that encourages more litigation, which has other unintended consequences. Was there any consideration given to maybe some administrative penalty or something other than a lawsuit to enforce what we're looking at in this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the senator from Johnson give me an example? What type of administrative action?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, I wasn't on the committee and I haven't, brought this bill in committee. I'm just wondering, were other options looked at other than a new private civil cause of action? And it sounds like there weren't any that were looked at.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did not discuss any options. Frankly, we get accused of micromanaging enough without trying to tell administrators what cause of action they may have.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe that's what the civil cause of action does, is for a misstatement, you have now created a cause of action. Injunctive relief means you're going to have an order that kind of a cease and desist, and you've got monetary damages. So I'm not speaking against it. I'm just saying that it does cause some, that are we sure we want to be creating a new civil cause of action which encourages other activities that may not be so well-intentioned. And I do think that if your First Amendment right is being violated by government, that's not okay. And we do have an ability to protect those. So I would just caution the body that if we're looking at new civil causes of action, that we make sure that there are enough guardrails in place, or that it's really going to accomplish the intent without raising bad unintended consequences. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Just talking here for a moment, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just wondering to what extent how we define nicknames in this bill. It's been an interesting discussion. I hadn't really thought about this too much, but even though it's androgynous or, you know, without gender identity, would nicknames or how they might be applied, like instead of being the kind of initials, like instead of Jerome, Robert, could JR suffice, or TJ, or are those deemed acceptable without parental input? I don't know, that would be that if a child referenced themselves by the nickname, to what extent is the nickname, if initials are fine without the full name, if that would be still permitted under this bill? I don't know to whom that should be addressed, perhaps the bringer of it, the gentlelady from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill states it must be the name on the birth certificate or a derivative thereof, or the parent can give permission for their child to be called by any nickname they wish.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So, Mr. Chair, so JR would be okay instead of Jerome Robert, if, even though it may not be on the birth certificate, if the, is that a derivative, were initials? I'm trying to get to what extent a nickname is okay, and how far that's expanded without parental consent.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's a derivative of the name, or a parent gives permission for any name they acknowledge their child is being called by.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So if on the birth certificate it's Jerome Robert, I'm just making up names, then JR would be okay for the child. Is that a derivative, or initials, are initials a derivative of the birth certificate name that would be deemed acceptable for the child to reference themselves by without parental consent?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe most people would think that initials would be considered a derivative of a birth certificate name.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Clays, J.R. Clays.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick comment. I am fully in support of this bill. If I had to work in an environment where I spent more time worrying about getting into trouble for calling somebody the wrong pronoun, which teachers apparently, do I call this kid this or that or whatever, instead of focusing on their actual job, which is teaching these children basic skills they need to advance in life. It's terrible that we have to be at this point where we address this problem, but we've come there because of the mass formation psychosis that's developed over the number of years. All we have to do is look back to COVID and how school boards were and administrations were ignoring parents who simply did not want their children to wear a mask or had to be isolated from others because they wouldn't conform. This is unfortunately a necessary step, and I think the teeth need to be in the bill, and so I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard a lot of discussion on this bill. I won't belabor the point. I agree teachers shouldn't have to worry about this. That's what this bill clarifies, because currently they are. And having been a principal in a school where I did have a student that identified as transgender, I can tell you that changed It can change on a weekly basis. It can change on a daily basis. This provides the consistency so no one is like, oh, today or tomorrow you may change your mind. It happens. So this provides stability. It's very simple. If you believe that parents have the right to know what is going on with their children at school and this information is not hidden from them, they can give permission. It doesn't prevent them anything from happening. Parents can give permission. And if you believe that employees and students have the right not to be compelled to use speech that violates their personal beliefs, then this is the bill for you. You may not like the consequence, but it very much just boils down to that, Mr. Chair. And with that, I move when the body rises report, it reports Senate Bill 76 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Roll call's been requested. Not seeing 5 hands, a roll call is not in order. The motion carries. We're now moving to Senate Bill 175. We'll recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 175 was brought to us by the Kansas Athletic Trainers Society, and also we heard proponent testimony from the School Kansas Nurses Association. It just amends the definition of athletic training, provides a licensure exemption, and makes changes to the application or licensure of an athletic trainer. However, we also heard opponent testimony from the Kansas chapter of the American Physical Therapists Association. So we urged the parties to get together and work out a compromise, and that's exactly what they did. So what you see in the amended bill is wording that identifies and clarifies what exactly the physical therapist would do compared
Senator,
to what
would you please adopt the committee report?
Forgive me. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you. We heard that occasionally the athletic trainers would be asked to be at like Cirque du Soleil or other traveling type events. And so it was included recreational physical activities. To clarify, it's not necessarily a sporting event. So again, this is a compromise between the proponents and the opponents. And with that, I will stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention we have an excellent trainer at Olathe East High School where my son attends. Very much in support of moving this bill forward because the way things were or have been is it has limited the scope of her ability to address the students and care for the students when they travel. So I'm very appreciative of the fact that the parties that had a little bit of a disagreement there were able to work things out.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports the amended Senate Bill 175 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now move to Senate Bill 97. The chair recognizes the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to adopt the committee report.
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. Was the last bill amended on the floor? Because the motion to pass it said as amended at the closing.
No, it was not amended on the floor. Senator from Cloud, you're recognized to carry Senate Bill 97.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
We'll talk about titles here just a minute. So Senate Bill 97 comes to us from the Transportation Committee. The original bill dealt with the purchase of a non-highway vehicle and the option to obtain a non-highway certificate of title. In other words, no title necessary to be provided by a dealer for non-highway vehicles. After discussion with the Division of Vehicles, a solution was arrived at to continue to use the internal process currently in place for the dealer to take a signed bill of sale to the treasurer's office with a fee of $10 and obtain a dealer inventory only title. An amendment was added, which you will see in the supplemental note and amended in the bill, is language agreed to by the Department of Vehicles and the proponent, which is changing may back to shall, and also the definition to include all-terrain vehicles, worksite utility vehicles, recreational off-highway vehicles, motorcycles would all qualify as non-highway vehicles. So all vehicles of this type are together in the amendment, so there's no confusion of what a non-highway title vehicle is. There were no opponents or neutrals to the original bill, and the amended bill was sent out of Transportation Committee unanimously. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for questions or comments.
Questions for the senator from Cloud? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee writes and reports, it reports Senate Bill 97 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're on to Senate Bill 105. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface this by saying this came out of committee unanimously. The committee did great work. We amended it a number of times to get it to its current form, and it's in anticipation of a Senate vacancy or vacancy in the offices of the state treasurer, U.S. Senate vacancy from the state of Kansas, or the state of, or the state treasurer or the state insurance commissioner. And upon a vacancy occurring in any of these offices, we have similar procedures within this bill. First of all, once the vacancy has happened, then we will form a committee called the Committee on Vacancy Appointments, Joint Committee on Vacancy Appointments. And it will temporarily fill the office until a successor is elected and qualified. And the process goes this way. Once a vacancy happens, we will form this joint committee on vacancies. It will be, we will look for candidates who, for example, are of the same party of the person who's vacating the office, who's been a resident of Kansas for, well, a resident of Kansas and who's been a member of that same party for 6 years. The committee will be made up of 12 members. There will be 6 from the Senate, 6 from the House of Representatives, and they will be appointed by 2 from the Senate President, well, the President or his appointee, and 1 other appointee. So 2 from the President of the Senate, 2 from the Speaker of the House, 1 member from, or rather 2 members from each of the majority leaders, 1 member from the House of Representatives from the Speaker Pro Tem, 1 from the Vice President of the Senate, and a member each from the minority leader in each chamber. We also have a requirement in here that there are at least 2 members from each congressional district in the state, so we have a good solid representation of everyone. So basically what we're looking to do is balance filling this vacancy with, through the vote of the people, through their elected officials, where they're represented within this committee. And the committee will be tasked with coming up with 3 names of people who are qualified to hold the office and meet the qualifications that I just lined out. The committee will have 10 days to form. And once they are formed, they will have 30 days to hold a meeting. And within that time frame, then they will make considerations of candidates and come up with 3 names. If the Senate or if the legislature is in session when this vacancy occurs, then they will adopt a concurrent resolution that will send the 3 names to the legislature for approval in the Senate and the House. The Senate will use the Senate rules, the House will use the House rules. And if those 3 names are adopted, then they will be presented to the governor, who will have 3 days to make the appointment. Now, the Secretary of State will certify this appointment, and shall not certify anyone who is to fill the vacancy who's not on that list of 3 people. So this kind of puts a little curbs around any governor who wants to go outside this process and appoint somebody that the nominating committee does not offer up. If in the course of the process with the committee that 1 or 2 people are rejected, then the committee can reconvene and decide on additional names. So a total of 3 names goes back to the governor after passing through the approval process in the legislature. Now, when the legislature is not in session, the nominating committee will come up with the 3 names and then present that to the governor in a report, and the governor shall select from those 3 names for approval. During that time period, however, and we're a little bit hamstrung by the Constitution, that pesky little thing that we have, but the legislature can call itself back into session with the approval of 2/3 of the members. So if there's a vacancy occurs, the opportunity to come back and have the legislature involved in the process is there. If it doesn't happen within that time frame, then the nominating committee sends out those 3 names. Trying to see, there's a lot of moving parts to this thing. As you go back to the vacancy itself, I've put on your desk a number of different scenarios about when the vacancy occurs, and in pretty much every case except one, this Joint Committee on Vacancy Appointments would meet. There's one scenario down toward the bottom that would explain why it wouldn't meet. There's a time period of 90 days prior to December 31st, where if the vacancy occurs in a certain situation, that joint committee would not be called because the election that happens in early November would take care of that vacancy. There's several different scenarios around there. And so if you are confused about what this would do, we set a date. If the vacancy occurs on or after May 1st in an even number year, then the vacancy shall be filled by election at the election of the representatives in Congress held 2 years following. Sounds a little confusing, but the bottom line is, if it's a May 1st deadline, then anything after May 1st, we won't have time to go through the filings to get the election spun up to fill that vacancy permanently. If it's prior to May 1st, then the vacancy committee would meet and they would appoint somebody to fill that vacancy temporarily until that election occurs in November and that person is certified. So the vacancy, the temporary person in that seat could serve just a matter of a few months, or the max situation would be about 2 years and 7 months. No member of the committee, nominating committee, can be considered as a candidate to fill the vacancy. If there's one member of the committee who wants to be considered to fill that vacancy, they would have to opt out of being on the committee and ask for someone else to be appointed. Goodness, I think I've covered everything, but I would certainly stand for questions. There's a lot of moving parts here, and I'm sure some people might have questions about it. Mr. Chair.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Pasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I serve on the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee, and I arrived at the Capitol a little late that day during the hearing of Senate Bill 105. I was home, Mr. Chairman. My hot water heater went out. Wow, that was a task. I called a couple of people to come in and fix it. So I arrived a little bit late, and I do appreciate the senator from Johnson, his handout. on our desk. It explains quite a bit of it and answers some questions, Mr. Chairman. And you know, we know that the bill is to, if there's a vacancy for the United States Senator or the State Treasurer or the Insurance Commissioner, to fill that vacancy in an efficient way so that our citizens here in Kansas, or they have that person in place. And Mr. Chairman, you know, I was in Leadership Kansas class of '09, the best class ever. And I was greeted by my United States Senator, Jerry Moran. And so that's a really important position. And so my biggest concern during the hearing of why I'm standing here today is I don't want that position to linger, to be open too long. And so even though the senator from Johnson has put quite a bit of information, and it just seems like a lot to remember the dates, etc. So with that, Mr. Chairman, as I said, I would have shared this in committee, but I kind of arrived late, and then I thought about it some more, and then today when I saw this on the desk. So I hope it's considered as a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment to hopefully make this legislation that I think all of us on the committee were somewhat supportive of to make it better, though, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment.
Amendment number?
Excuse me?
The amendment number?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have turned it in, and that number is 1564.
I'll hand that out. It appears lengthy. Would you like to explain?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So along with what the gentleman from Johnson has described and laid on our desk, just to simplify and to expedite that process of filling that vacancy of the U.S. Senator, the Insurance Commissioner, and I believe it's another one there, Insurance, in the State Treasurer's Office. Oh, I really like that guy over at that department too, Mr. Chairman. But it would just simplify the process, and it would allow the governor, whoever he or she might be, to appoint a suitable person who shall be registered with the same political party as the same United States Senator, elected at the immediate preceding election. So instead of going through this whole process of appointing a committee, selecting the three, and that whole process, that whoever the governor might be, they would just fill that vacancy, Mr. Chairman, with a member of their same party. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that what we're trying to do with this bill is balance the concern over not leaving that seat open for very long with having a more democratic process so that the people of the state of Kansas, through their elected officials, will have a say in who is appointed to that extremely important position. And, you know, obviously there's states that do it a number of different ways. Some have the political parties make a selection of 3 people that they send to the governor for appointment. There's various ways the states that can do it. And when we were crafting this bill, we took the best of what we thought happened in other states, and then we also looked at what happened here in Kansas prior to the adoption of the 17th Amendment to craft this bill. Our concern with going back to the existing law, which is what this amendment would do, is the fact that that appointment is unilateral, no matter who the governor is. And nobody really has a say in that. And if you're allowing a temporary appointment to last for several years, that can have an impact on the state of Kansas depending on how that person votes. This way, we create a better vetting process for the person who occupies that seat temporarily until the next senator is elected, or for the remainder of the term of the insurance commissioner or treasurer. And so we felt like it was a much, in crafting the bill, and I thought that we addressed this in committee pretty well, that it was a better process overall, and I hope that answers the senator's concerns.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauske.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that explanation, and we did somewhat cover that in the committee that day. However, with the process, it only leaves, 3 days, well, 2 days originally, and I think there was an amendment in there to give it 3 days for the governor to make that final decision. And so, again, I support somewhat the legislation, but I just am concerned about that position being that open too long. And to me, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would expedite that process.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, the 3 days that the good senator referred to is the amount of time the governor has to make a choice among the 3 people that we select. The whole process, you form the committee within 10 days or less. They have 30 days to meet. It's likely to speed up. Worst case scenario, it's going to take probably 45 days maximum to find somebody to fill that vacancy. That's in worst case scenario if these committees really drag their feet. So it's not out of line at all. And so I don't feel this is unfortunately a friendly amendment, and I'll be opposing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment. Is there a timeline of how long this person has to be a member of the political party that they are now possibly going to be appointed to?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, I believe there is. That the person would have to be a member of the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, or whatever party they have chosen. I believe, and I could be mistaken, but I believe it's 2 years.
Senator from Barton.
6 years.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's not being stricken from the bill. So in the end, what you're saying is that they have to still be a member of that political party, but the governor can appoint anybody from that political party that has been a member of that party for at least 6 years. That's not being stricken in your amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, the language, I'll be quite frank. So in this amendment, which I had drafted pretty shortly, as I said, I wasn't here a couple of days. If the senator, she's correct. She's correct. I'm sure she's reading that. And so she's correct.
Senator from Barton, further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't consider this a friendly amendment. I appreciate where the senator is coming from. I understand what it's like to not be in committee. I didn't have childcare last week, and so it was tough to do everything and be a part of the committee process. And while life happens, I appreciate where she's coming from, but I do not consider this a friendly amendment, and I oppose it. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that as well. Again, when we talk about the process, things happen so quickly. And again, those positions, I think, are 3 of our major positions in representing our constituency. And so just trying to be part of the process and help expedite filling that vacancy.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify or correct something. The senator from Johnson said that this amendment is putting back in place what is current law, and that is not accurate. I know the intention of this is that the current party of the vacancy would be picked by the governor. So just wanted to clarify that this is not going back to current law, but changing and making sure that if a vacancy happens, it would be the member would be replaced by the current sitting party.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I was trying to read the amendment very, very quickly and missed that point. And good point to that. I will note, though, this doesn't have a 6-year requirement to be a member of that party. So the governor could appoint someone who switched to the party yesterday or the day before or a week or two before instead of being a consistent member of that party. So there's some problems with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If, in fact, the carrier of Senate Bill 105 would like, in the other senator's question, if they would like to offer an amendment that member of that political party would have to have been in that party for 6 years, I would consider it a friendly amendment.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'll point out, and I appreciate that as part of this amendment, they would be inserting language to say a suitable person who shall be registered with the same political party as that of the state treasurer elected at the immediately preceding election for such office. And the same would be true for senator, that appoint a suitable person who shall be registered with the same political party as that of the United States senator elected at the immediately preceding election for such office. So I think the good part of that is it can't be someone who has just changed their party. They have to have been part of that party as part of the election of the individual who is serving in that office. And so I appreciate the concern about timing and how long this might take. And so my question for the senator from Sedgwick, or perhaps it's more appropriate for the senator from Johnson, if he would stand for it, is we've been told that the legislature could have an opportunity to weigh in by calling a special session, and yet there's only, once the Joint Committee reports, there's only 3 days. So could someone describe for me how the timing on that process would work? And would there be really time for someone in the legislature to call a special session and not have us be in session for days while we're waiting for the Joint Committee to report?
Will remain on the amendment. Senator from Sedgwick.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, would you please repeat what you stated?
We are remaining on the amendment. Senator from Sedgwick, if you could answer the question from the senator from Douglas.
The senator from Douglas, I thought she directed it to the senator from Johnson. Would she clarify?
The question related to the base bill, we will not be volleying over to random senators during this time. If you have a question on the amendment, we will take that. If not, then we will wait until we are back on the bill. Senator from Douglas, would you like to restate a different question for the senator from Sedgwick on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just understanding that the senator from Sedgwick was concerned about the timing and was wondering if there is really an opportunity with the timing in this bill, because the governor would have to act within 3 days. If there really is time for the legislature to weigh in, to call a special session and weigh in, or would it be very likely that it would be left to the Joint Committee? My concern then is she's given us a substitute process that might be more clear.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The senator from Douglas is correct.
Further questions? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And by the way, I do want to express my gratitude for the minority members of Fed and State for moving the bill out and working forward, being part of the conversation. However, this particular amendment really, it still ultimately thwarts the will of the voters from the prior election. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, so say it is 6 years. You know, I mean, it's not in this bill, which is even more concerning. We both, as members of parties, have people that join our parties that really do not reflect the ideals of the broader base. And I was thinking of the 6 years, we actually had a former member of this body elected in, I believe, 2016 as a Republican. But then, with 6 years later, was the Democrat candidate for the U.S. Senate, which was actually, honestly, knowing her, was more in line with her ideology. And she did that because there was no way she would have won a Republican primary. And so went to become a candidate in the opposite party. Ultimately, this is about replacing the person the vacated position with somebody that deeply represents who the voters chose to represent that position until you come back to another election. So really, I was very thankful that the Senator from Barton pointed that out, that this does not require that 6 year, but even if it did, it's still easy under this amendment to thwart the will of the voters in that replacement. So for that reason, and again, I appreciate the participation, but I would reject the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, that was my president there who spoke. Appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the comments from the president of the Kansas Senate. Again, so, Mr. Chairman, I receive phone calls quite a bit from constituents, particularly relating to disabilities, services. I receive phone calls from individuals that veterans issues, and over the years, I've been happy to reach out to U.S. Senator Jerry Moran. I've been happy to reach out to Congressman Ron Estes and to get that help immediately. Just recently, as I shared in the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee, that I was able to, I ran into the state treasurer, Johnson, and Mr. Chairman, and I even put it on Facebook, but people did not believe me. I found $149 in my name. So that's your state treasurer. Our state insurance commissioner, those are very important positions. And I have the privilege of reaching out to those state agencies to help constituents in my district. And again, my reason for bringing this amendment, I'm not trying to play political games. If you know me, you know I'm not trying to do that. I was just simply trying to expedite the process to fill that position, that and that person would remain in that seat until the election. That's all. I know locally or in our Senate and House seats, if we are vacated, if a person passes away or whatever the case might be, our precinct committee people will make that selection and fill that vacancy immediately. So again, Mr. Chairman, I was just trying to help the process and expedite the process. When we are on break, some of us are at conferences. We are doing a lot of different things, and it's hard to get us all back together again just to make some decisions. And so just trying to help the process. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No, stop it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At least it was a soft no.
We're back on the bill. Questions for the carrier of the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions with the new section 4. It's calling that the House and the Senate, each House shall take up a concurrent resolution within 10 days. And if we can't come to an agreement, then it goes back to that joint committee. How long would that joint committee have to bring new names to the legislature?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, thank you for the question. We left it undefined because this doesn't happen very often, and obviously, you know, we want to get qualified candidates to be considered. I'm certain that because of the urgency of the situation, the committee would operate as fast as possible, but putting it into statute and having that definition may be a little bit tricky, particularly when you have, if the first 3 names come out in the concurrent resolution and the legislature thinks it's fine, it'll be a pretty fast process. If there's another person that needs to be replaced, it should only take a day or 2, I would imagine, at the worst. But it's hard to set a specific date on that. So we left that undefined because we didn't want to hamstring that committee too much. And so that's kind of the situation we've got with this bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I think that clarification is that it is undefined and that this could go on for quite a long time without having representation. My other question is, what if the legislature cannot come to an agreement within that 10 days?
Senator from
What
Johnson.
happens then?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, again, that is undefined within the bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Well, I think this is a very strong, I think trying to get 21 of us to agree on 3 names could be very tiresome, and I see that it could probably take longer than 10 days. I think we debated for over 4 hours on a piece of legislation on the boll weevil, and this I think is maybe a little bit more important, and not to everyone. The boll weevil is very important in making sure that it is not hurting our cotton crops, but this is a very significant request that you're putting on us. So I do have concerns that a lot of this is not addressed and that we would have a vacancy for quite a long time. So, but thank you for answering the questions.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hearing those concerns about the length of time that it might take, and did talk some with the Senator from Johnson that this bill does have some specific dates about when the Joint Committee has to meet, but it doesn't really have a timeline for when they must conclude their public hearings. With that, I have an amendment. I've turned it in. It's 1570.
Hand out the amendment. Would you prefer it read or would you like to explain?
I would be happy to explain it when people have received copies.
Proceed as you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would add 2 phrases starting on line, this is on page 3, in line 23, it strikes all after the comma. And that would be at the at the conclusion of public hearings. It says within 30 calendar days after the first meeting of the Joint Committee. And again, so that applies to filling a vacancy and reviewing comments. I'm trying to put this, and then again on line 29, if the committee concludes its public hearings, we would insert within 30 calendar days after the first meeting of the joint committee. So the committee is going to be appointed in 10 days. They have to meet within 30 days. This would give them only 30 days to come up with those recommendations. So it's some way to try to make sure that this doesn't go on without that joint committee making a proposal or recommendation. I'd stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment for the senator from Douglas, senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, again, I appreciate all the hard work that the senator from Douglas has put into this bill and crafting it and making it better. I do believe this is a friendly amendment. This would put a time clock on that committee so that they would expedite their proceedings and get it done in a timely fashion. And, you know, obviously, the previous senator from Johnson brought up the possibility that there could be no decision. You know, if we ran into that 30-day clock, you could get rid of mandamus from the courts to force a decision. But I think this is a friendly amendment, and I will stand in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And all I want to do is confirm, because I'm inclined to go with the chairman and appreciate the senator from Douglas did that, because I'm not quick enough to look at all the strikeout language. That I just want to have a verbal confirmation that all this does is put the 30-day clock on the committee, and it's not making any other substantive changes.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my request from the reviser. The reviser is in the room, and I would ask him to confirm with the president that that's all that this does.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on Senate Bill 105. Questions for the carrier, Senator from Johnson. Seeing no further questions, Senator, you may close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 105 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now move to Senate Bill 227. The chair recognizes the senator from Cowley, Senator Alley, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 277 would increase the historical tax credit amounts that allowed for the preservation of our historic structures here in Kansas. And this bill creates two tiers eligible for these projects. One would be in unincorporated areas and cities of less than 50,000 population, and then one for more than 50,000 population. And the percentages of those, depending on how much they spend, are in the bill. These tax credits will be allowed for the preservation of these historic structures and to bring them, which is usually they're abandoned structures, bring those back to up to code and back to life and useful life. And then no tax credits would be granted until the project is complete. And the committee amended the bill to clarify that the unincorporated areas would also be eligible for these tax credits. And with that, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Cowley, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really appreciative of the good senator for bringing this bill forward and for carrying this bill on the floor and for that really thorough explanation. This is a program that I'm really passionate about, and I think that our state as a whole has been really well served by the Historic Rehabilitation Tax Credit Program. You know, one of the things about Kansas is we have such a rich history as a state, dating back even to times before we were a state. And I think what this program has allowed us to do is really try to preserve as best we can for future generations this history that we all share. I'll mention that in committee, when we heard it, we had no opponents, we had no neutrals on this, we had just proponents, just supporters of this. This program has been in place for just over 2 decades now. It's contributed over $1 billion to the Kansas economy in that period. One of the other things I really like about this bill is that it benefits the entire state. You know, sometimes we have a bill that's maybe a little more rural focused. Sometimes we have a bill that's maybe more urban or suburban focused. One of the things that I like about this bill is I think it benefits everybody in every part of the state in trying to preserve this history. And the economic impact, it's estimated that at least 2.3x for every construction dollar spent. And being conservative, every dollar of the credit leverages $2 in private investment. And it fundamentally, it helps really address one of the big challenges with these historic buildings, which is that the cost of the construction materials and the expert contractors that specialize in doing this kind of historic preservation work, it's just significantly more expensive than new materials, than new construction or contemporary building with non-specialized labor. So I'm appreciative of the chairman, and I'm hopeful that folks will join me in supporting this. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the carrier of the bill know how much we hand out in these tax credits and how much this would increase?
Senator from Cali.
I do have a estimate. Let me find it here. The fiscal note that it says in the state general fund in 2026 would be about $600,000. It would move to 1.9 in 27 and 3.1 in 28.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not going to speak for or against. I'm going to leave it up to the body. I'm going to give you some numbers on another bill that will actually scare you about tax credits and handouts and why we don't see other cuts across the board. So think about this. In 3 years, it's going from $600,000 to $3 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the Senator from Cali? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 227 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll turn our attention now to Senate Bill 89. The chair will recognize the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To begin with, Senate Bill 89 was on the consent calendar. The Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee members thought that it was non-controversial, so it was there. But it's on the floor today. And what Senate Bill 89 does, it allows the National Poultry Improvement Plan, hereafter NPIP, to continue to protect Kansas' poultry industry. The poultry industry, by the way, I didn't know it would be this big, but the poultry industry in Kansas provides some $272 million in annual value to our state. The NPIP was established in 1935 to protect the poultry industry from fowl typhoid. Actually, it's pylorium typhoid. If you want to get technical, I'm going to just stick with fowl. It's a whole lot easier for me to pronounce. And the Kansas Department of Agriculture has been providing this voluntary testing and certification for breeding flocks, hatcheries, and dealers at no cost since 1945. Well, think about it. 80 years ago, things were a little different than they are today. Since 1945, the poultry industry has grown, and the cost of testing supplies has significantly increased. NPIP certification is required to ensure negative fowl typhoid before poultry shipments enter the United States or travel from state to state. Senate Bill 89 enables the Kansas Department of Agriculture to assess fees for an entity or person who wants to voluntarily participate in the program to ease the cost of the program. This program has been, again, being administered by the Department of Agriculture for years. There was really no funding, but those who were in other sectors of the ag industry, beef, pork, mutton, et cetera, they kind of felt like they were paying for the inspections in the poultry industry. The fees that would be established in Senate Bill 89 are a participation fee not to exceed, which means it can be up to, but not to exceed $50 annually, a service fee not to exceed $100 per location. What this is for, it helps to offset the expenses for the department in getting to the various inspection sites. And then finally, if a person wants to become certified as an inspector, which it can be done by someone other than the Department of Agriculture, they can receive this certification through the department to become an inspector for fowl typhoid. And that would be certification to become a tester of a fee not to exceed $50. So one of those exciting bills that I wanted to explain on the Senate floor, and I'm delighted to have had the opportunity, and now I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the senator from Montgomery. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few weeks ago, when this body was passing a tax cut for private jets, I asked when we were going to be able to address the price of eggs, and that wasn't a rhetorical question. I have concerns about this bill. I don't think it's a bad bill, but I think it kind of misses the mark when it comes to the threat to both the poultry and the livestock industry in Kansas. At a time when we have record avian influenza or bird flu raging the country, including in Kansas, this increases the cost of testing for birds, period. It increases the cost of testing. And I spoke with the revisers, I spoke with the Department of Agriculture about what we could do to exempt people participating in FFA and 4-H, but still I don't think that really addresses those concerns. I would also note that even in the last month, 3 of the 8 USDA veterinarians in Kansas, we've lost them because of the cuts at the federal level. Again, a threat to the livestock and poultry industries in Kansas. And I think that the bigger risk that we have in a state that I'm pretty positive has more cows than people is avian influenza jumping to our dairy and feeder cattle. Right now, I think feeder cattle are about $268, $270 a pound. And if we saw rates of infection and mortality in our feeder cattle similar to what we've seen in other states, we could be looking at millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in losses. So again, if we want to deal with egg prices in Kansas and protect our poultry industry, why are we increasing the price of testing, especially with a program like this that includes testing for avian influenza in the MPIP program? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report Senate Bill 89 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll move now to Senate Bill 47. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Shane, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 47, as amended, would require school districts to list names and email addresses of current school board members on their websites, allow members of the public to publicly comment in regularly scheduled or budgetary school board meetings, and allow school board members to access school district property during school hours or activities. The bill would also amend law regarding annual dues for membership in a not-for-profit organization. And I just want to speak briefly about this bill. We've heard some bills today that exist, maybe not because we want them to, but in a response to real things that have happened within the state of Kansas, particularly within our public schools. This bill seeks to demonstrate, I'd say, this state's and this body's recognition of the importance of the role of an individual member of a Board of Education and the duties and responsibilities that they have therein, as well as making sure that those members are accessible to their communities and that they can be contacted through their emails or that they can be approached in a public comment period. I know that in public comment periods, that's been a source of consternation for many. We know that many parents became very frustrated in the last 4 years, whether it was fighting abuses during the COVID era or trying to stand up against radical gender ideology that's taking place in schools today. Nothing in this bill would strip a school district's ability to set process and procedure, maintain decorum, or even create parameters around board member access to facilities. And those are going to be some of the talking points that we hear today. This bill is a very important piece of legislation that, again, ensures that each individual member on a Board of Education can exercise their authority and their responsibilities as a board member. With that, I do have an amendment. The amendment, forgive me, is number 1581, and it has been submitted.
We'll pause to pass that out.
While that's being handed out, this is a fairly straightforward amendment, so with the chair's permission, I'll go ahead and proceed and explain the amendment.
Please proceed.
This amendment, there was some communication and concern from the opponents of this legislation about an individual board member having what was perceived as carte blanche ability to just add items to a meeting agenda. So in the spirit of compromise, but also to try to give a board member that might find themselves in the minority the ability to bring something to public discussion, what this amendment would do is on page 2 in line 20, it would, following the word, it would add inserting 1 and strike items under the category of new business. This amendment, in effect, would make it where any one board member would be limited to adding 1 discussion item. So they would not be able to just add a business item or something like that without going through a standard motion and procedure process, but this would allow a board member to add at least 1 discussion item to the meeting agenda. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Senator from Miami stand for a question?
He's standing for questions.
So, Senators, just so I understand this correctly, currently most school boards have an agenda that's prepared, and we've heard that some school boards have a process where they ask for any questions to be submitted 24 hours in advance, or to have a vote of the board to whether they amend the agenda at the meeting. In this, with your amendment here, whereas before, the bill left it wide open. I suspect that if it was a 7-member board, every board member could, I don't know, ask how many items they could have added to the agenda. But in this case, if it was a 7-member board, every board member, if they chose, could add 1 item to the agenda, every agenda, without any consent from any other, from the superintendent or any other board member. Would that be correct?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is what this amendment would clarify, is that each board member would have the ability to add 1 discussion item to the agenda without a vote of the board.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that clarification. My concern with this well, as with the original bill as it was written, and even with this amendment, is that school boards have the obligation of handling school district business and doing it in a timely manner. As we know, they're elected by the same people that elect us, but they are not compensated. And so they are, they're giving of their time, which there's a lot that's involved in serving on school boards, no matter what the size of the school board is, or the school district is. And this could, as it's written, cause these meetings to be have an indefinite time frame, as well as an inability to actually control going about doing the business they're responsible for doing. And then on top of that, this bill adds within the legislation to have open dialogue going back and forth between board members and anyone that's in attendance, which in and of itself adds time. So those are just a couple of things that I find very problematic about this legislation. There is this implication that school boards do not know how to handle their meetings, do not know how to handle their business, and that school districts are always shutting out not only the parents, but the patrons, but the board members as well. And that certainly has not been my experience with the school districts that I have worked for or have represented. So even though this does put some controls on it, it still does take away some of the management tools that we find very important for here in our own house for decorum within our committee meetings. But yet we don't feel that they're important within school board meetings so that they can go about doing the business that they should be doing in order to have school districts running well. So I oppose this.
Further questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill that's been recycled, and we've seen it multiple times, and it hasn't passed the finish line because I do think it's an overreach. It's going away from local control. I think we all agree that rules and decorum are important. We saw a little bit about that back and forth yesterday on the Senate floor with an exchange from one of our members and the Senate president, but it was able to stop because of those rules. Imagine what would happen if we had the folks in the gallery up there who were talking back and forth with us. That's what we're opening up for these local school boards. So I understand the intent, and I do believe everyone should be able to have conversations and voice those concerns, but there has to be rules and decorum, and local school boards are doing this. There are times that I would love, as the ranking minority member, to bring bills up in our committee hearings. But I respect the process. I respect the rules and the decorum. And if this passes, we are saying that we are not holding other groups to the same standard that we hold ourselves to. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
For clarification there, were we on an amendment or on the actual bill? Because I thought there was mention of an amendment.
Continuing on the amendment.
Okay. Then I do not have a comment right now, so I will be back.
Further questions for the Senator from Miami? Seeing none, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would add that I think that this is a reasonable compromise. A legislative body like ours that but is also partisan in nature, has multiple safeguards in place to help address the potential of tyranny by the majority. On a nonpartisan body like a school board, there are no such protections. This is one such protection that we could offer to board members that do find themselves in the minority, unable to bring anything up for discussion ever in the Board of Education. And with that, I move my amendment and close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Miami. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question for the carrier, if he will stand for it.
Standing for questions.
Thank you. I just need a little bit of clarification here. Is this accurate that this bill would allow school board members to have access to any part of the property during the daytime or during school activities?
Senator from Miami.
The language states, members of the school board may access school district property, including any school buildings and attendance centers during school hours or when there are school or community activities on such property. So what this language does is it does not prohibit a school district from putting processes and procedures in place on how to handle guests or a school board member within the property. But what it does say is you cannot prohibit a school board member from entering property. You must accommodate them. And I think that's important because we have had multiple school districts in Kansas that have actually prohibited a member of a Board of Education from entering a school facility.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that clarification. My concern with that aspect is the fact that there are no legal parameters for a person to run for school board. So you could have a convicted felon, a convicted felon, a convicted abuser, or somebody that maybe might deem to not want them to be near children. So this bill is very, very concerning for so many reasons, the biggest of which is it usurps local control. So once again, I think as in the past, I'll be opposing. Thank you.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just mainly comments. I don't have any problem with providing email names of board members and a required public engagement per month, one. I believe most of our districts are already doing that. I am concerned about the decorum and the safety with some of this bill. And we have elected local board members. There is accountability there. It's the next election. And so if they're not doing their job, then there is accountability there. I do believe this to be local control, and I do have confidence in our Board of Educations. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt. Not standing for, we'll move now to the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment. It has been turned in, and it is 1571.
We'll hand that out. It appears short. Would you like to have it read, or would you prefer to explain?
I can explain.
Please proceed.
Okay, so as we just heard from a couple of comments that were made about decorum and safety, this refers to a section of this bill that was just mentioned about access to buildings, and it removes that language. School boards have policies currently for how, their board members go into buildings. We all in this body may or may not know everyone by sight, depending on how many school boards you represent. And that would be true of school districts, particularly large school districts. they would not necessarily know everyone by sight if they were in their building. And so to see someone roaming the halls of your school, you know, with just roaming the halls is disconcerting for employees to have that happen. As was mentioned earlier, you can run for the school board, you don't have to have a background check. So that is not true for those who work in a school. They do have to have a background check to be working in a school. We've actually put that in legislation. And I worked in a school, and I had school board members come to my classroom accompanied by the principal, and or who had contacted me ahead of time saying they would like to visit my classroom. There had been comments made about that's, oh, people put on their best foot. I'm just going to tell you, I taught 4-year-olds. So if you know how to control 24-year-olds to put on their best foot forward, then I think you should be teaching 4-year-olds because that's not, they have a mind of their own just like a 6-year-olds would too. So that doesn't happen. You see the regular routine of a school. And the other thing is that if you've spent much time in a school, you may sometime find that you would come into a school and say, oh, there doesn't seem to be a lot of learning going on today. And that might be because, guess what? There was a fire drill, or there was a tornado drill, or there's going to be an assembly. So those things can occur that change the day's schedule. That doesn't necessarily mean that learning isn't going on, but actually the schedule's changed. If you just walk into a building, you wouldn't know all about that. And it just makes sense to have that decorum to be not just wandering into buildings. I will tell you, and I'm going to share this because I think it's important. I actually talked to the superintendent of one of my school districts, and there was a person who ran for school board. And I'll just mention that this person was actually in the legislature, but on the House side. And he ran for the school board, and he lost. But I will tell you that the superintendent said, and the carrier of this bill may take it a right or the wrong way, but the superintendent said, I'm sorry, but if this legislation were in place, he said, I would lose my job before I would allow that person to come into buildings. And the reason he was saying this is because this person I don't think he's actually been convicted, but he's had multiple charges brought against him for sexual innuendos, for misuse of a firearm, for a variety of things that I would say would cause us to wonder about the safety of the behavior of that person. But if he had been elected to the school board and if this were in place, that superintendent by law would have been, he would have to allow him to come into the building. He was saying he would have lost his job to not do that. I'm just sharing this because the superintendents take their jobs seriously. And I think we have several in our midst here. And I think they want the best for their students and for the people that work in those buildings. As an educator, I want your respect. And you as a legislator want my respect. And putting into statute something that says that you can just wander freely into a school at any time you choose for any reason at all does show a lot of lack of respect to the principal and to the staff in that building. So I find this paragraph on page 3, which my amendment removes, it doesn't strike people, board members going into buildings, but it doesn't put into statute that they can just go into buildings freely. And so with that, I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Questions on the amendment. Senator from Miami.
Amendment 1571 that I have in front of me does not appear to address the same matter in which the senator from Wyandotte was speaking. Can we please confirm if that was the appropriate amendment number?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Senator from Wyandotte made a mistake. This is
The one you
So, Mr. Chairman, I had two amendments on my desk and I picked up the wrong one.
Would you prefer to explain the amendment in front of us, or would you like to withdraw and...
I'll withdraw that amendment.
We'll withdraw Amendment 1571 and then present the other amendment, which is numbered
1581.
1581. We'll
Thank you for the
distribute that.
carry the bill to notice. I don't think I need to explain this amendment. I already have.
Correct.
I'll stand for questions.
The S number is 1583. Confirming.
Did I say 1581?
Yeah, 1583 is what we have in front of us.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay.
It is correct.
Do you wish to proceed with further explanation, or are you prepared to answer questions?
$1583? Yes, it is 1583, sorry.
Are you prepared to stand for questions on 1583?
I'm sorry, I am prepared to stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the senator from Wyandotte would be willing to answer, the amendment appears to strike lines 24 through 43, which would be through the end of page 3, which would remove existing rights and authorities of boards of education. Was that the intent of this amendment?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that question. So it does not, the section would remain the same. It's in current law. It only removes the lines that were added to current law, lines 31 through 33.
Senator from Miami.
So the amendment states striking all in lines 24 through 43.
Senator from Wyandotte.
That is correct. It removes the section from the bill but does not change current law. So the current law is there, but it remains in the statute, but the italicized part is removed.
Senator from Miami.
I'm not quite sure that I share the same interpretation. If we strike all of lines 24 through 43, we would strike items such as the board may enter into contracts with public library boards to authorize such boards to use the library facilities of the school district to supplement the facilities of the public library. Is that the senator's intent to strike that language?
Senator from Miami.
It only strikes it from this bill, but not from the statute. I have the revisor here.
Senator from Miami.
Can the revisor please provide clarification?
The revisor is on her way over to you. Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, KSA 72-1416 currently states that the school board shall have control of the school district property. So if they are in control of the property, would it be appropriate to prohibit any members of the Board of Education from entering into the facilities?
Senator from Wyandotte.
The current law doesn't say anything about prohibiting.
Senator from Miami.
Should it be permitted that a board member would be prohibited from entering?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, the current law is silent as to the parameters for a board member, specifically to buildings.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll conclude my question simply by stating that I do not see this as a friendly amendment. I think it strips the intent of what was in the bill, and it does not recognize the fact that the Board of Education does indeed have control over school district property.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is taking out, my question for the Senator from Wyandotte, this is taking out lines 31 through 33 as part of her overall amendment. And those lines say that members of the school board may access school district property, including any school buildings and attendance centers during school hours, or when there are school or community activities on such property. So would that mean that someone would be actually granted access to a school building just because it's during school hours, whether or not there's someone there? And if so, I think that language is quite broad, and there's a reason to not allow for that.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Yes, that I would agree with your what you've just said. It does, the italicized language that this amendment would remove does open it up to any time that the building or attendance center is open during school hours or when there's any event, that there could be, members of the school board would have access to the property. Currently, there is nothing that prohibits any board member from going to school properties. It just is not spelled out specifically in language. So the current language does say that the school board shall have control of the school district property.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm particularly concerned that they would be allowing members of the school board to access school district property, which may otherwise be closed, simply because it's in school during school hours. So I think that's overly broad, and I appreciate the amendment that would delete this language. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Wyandotte? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. Well, the concern was raised in committee and has been raised from other legislators and from school districts about this carte blanche ability for a school board member to access a building at any time for there has to be no reason, just that they are on the school board. I think I made statements earlier about decorum and respect, and I know you have an office here, and I do, and so I doubt that in your office, in fact, we all are blessed as senators to have an assistant, so that assistant becomes the gatekeeper for our offices. This, as written, has no gatekeepers for school buildings, and it seems that we should, although I very much appreciate my school board members who've run for office, I think that they work within a system just like we do, and should have respect for those people that work within the system that they represent. And that would be the school employees, the school students. So I would encourage you, the statute remains this, the section 3, the original language, it remains the same, but the italicized part that opens the building's carte blanche to board members is what is being removed. And with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would simply point out again that nothing in this prohibits school districts from putting in processes and procedures and controls, but it does recognize that our board members have an important role when it comes to our Kansas public schools. I think you hear in the opposition and from some of the opponents of this bill saying that this is an issue of local control. And in reality, many times what we see is that they're trying to actually control a board member that might otherwise be able to reveal or find out information of things that are happening within the building that they do not want to get out into the public domain. And that is not an appropriate reason to oppose this bill. We know that that is a reality from things that have happened over the last few years in Kansas public schools. I think that this is a valuable piece of legislation that recognizes the statutory authority vested in members of a Board of Education and the important role that they have. And I encourage everybody to support the bill. With that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 47 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll move now to substitute for Senate Bill 197. The chair will recognize the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the Star Bond renewal bill. This started out originally as a simple extension of the Star Bond program, extending that 5 years. It is now a Senate substitute due to a number of the amendments that were passed in committee. So let's talk about those briefly. First and foremost, the bill is only extending the Star Bond Act for 3 years, not 5 years. It also authorizes the redevelopment of mall facilities as eligible Star Bonds. It requires at least 50% of the mall in such mall facility to be unoccupied with a minimum investment of $10 million. In addition, this bill would eliminate the authority of a city or county government to exercise eminent domain for the purposes of acquiring property for a Star Bond project. This bill would prohibit any state general fund revenues from being pledged for the repayment of those special obligation bonds, and would also prohibit tax increment revenue generated within a Star Bond district from being pledged towards any subsequent Star Bond project. It also adds a requirement that all entities within the Star Bond district utilizing a point-of-sale system shall collect data on sales and where those individuals are coming from that are spending money within those districts. It will require that to be posted on the Department of Commerce's website within 90 days of being received. The bill would also require a city or county, upon adopting or modifying a Star Bond project plan, to notify its residents of such adoption or modification within 90 days and to provide notice of the amount of the associated tax increment revenue received on the continuing basis. The bill also requires certain documents to be made available on the Kansas Department of Commerce's website as well. So those are a few things about the Star Bond project. There were a number of amendments, which is why it is a Senate substitute bill at this time. And with that in mind, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Harvey, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions. I have an amendment.
The amendment number?
1547.
We'll hand that out. Would you like to have it read, or would you prefer to explain?
I would prefer to explain.
Please proceed.
The amendment is pretty simple. It allows for cities with a population limit of under 60,000 people to utilize Star Bonds for vertical construction if the application is submitted and approved by the Secretary of Commerce by December 31st, 2025. I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendments? Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an amendment that was heard in committee. We didn't actually vote on this amendment as a result of some confusing language that was in subsection 2, which has obviously been removed based on this amendment. And so I will certainly leave it to the will of the body as to whether or not we want to allow Star Bonds to be used for this type of vertical building.
Further questions? Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Senator Owens explained, that language was removed from this one, and we would consider that a friendly amendment.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
I close.
Mr. Chair.
I'm afraid that he's already been recognized to close. If you'd yield to the Senator from Wyandotte, she may speak.
I yield to the Senator of Wyandotte.
The floor has been yielded to the Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We ran out of copies of the amendment. That's why I was looking at a copy over here. Thank you for letting me ask a question. So with this amendment, does it add anything with the investment for the expansion of a population under 60,000? What the current bill as it is has that there has to be with the mall facility a minimum of $10 million capital investment, and I'm just asking with this amendment, is there any minimum capital investment?
Senator from Leavenworth.
There is no minimum capital investment. That's a good question.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Can I ask the carrier of the bill for some clarification, Mr. Chairman, about this?
We're on the close. The floor has been yielded to you to ask a question of the Senator on the amendment.
Okay, I'll just make a comment then. Although I understand Star Bonds has been a terrific tool, it's been a great tool for my county. However, our Star Bond legislation, I believe, has always required some sort of a capital investment. And so I would, this would change the parameters.
Senator, you may continue to close.
So this does not change any of the requirements of the current Star Bonds process. This is just adding in. Thank you, ma'am. We had good guidance there. It is within a approved star bond project is where this would be relevant. So it would fall within the parameters of the current star bond process and procedure with the investment. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Harvey? Senator from Miami.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Number?
It is number 1572.
Pause to pass that out. It appears short. Do you want it read or would you prefer to explain?
I'll go ahead and explain.
Please proceed.
This bill would strike the addition of the malls to the star bond legislation. And while I understand the intent and have seen firsthand what an eyesore, an abandoned mall is, I really struggle to continue to expand the star bond program and continue to add eligible projects under the under the legislation. And so for that reason, I wanted to introduce this. I'm comfortable with some of the other changes and going ahead and extending the star bond provisions while we maybe consider longer term solutions for Kansas, but offer this because I'm uncomfortable with the addition of another category of eligible projects.
Questions for the senator from Miami, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent Wichita District 27, and in my district we have just south of me, I guess it's just a little bit out of my district, I suppose, but definitely affects my district because I'm just right north of Maple Street is Town West Mall for anybody that's been there. At one time, it was a very vibrant place to shop, but has since fallen into disrepair. Mr. Chair, I rise today to speak against the proposed amendment to remove malls from the Star Bonds bill. Let me be absolutely clear about what's at stake here. This isn't just about saving a shopping center. This is about preventing what could become a catastrophic situation in West Wichita. Right now, Town West Square sits at a tipping point. We've already seen the utilities cut off 5 times in 7 months. We've watched businesses and nonprofits forced to relocate. But make no mistake, what we're seeing is nothing compared to what might happen if we fail to act. If you just look across America, you'll see the devastating consequences of inaction. Randall Mark Mall in Ohio, Rolling Acres in Akron, Dixie Square in Illinois. These aren't just failed businesses, they become community catastrophes. When large malls collapse, they don't just quietly close their doors, they become a massive, deteriorating structure that drains police resources, it destroys the neighboring property values, and eventually requires millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars for demolition and cleanup. Just last month, one of our local nonprofits, the Wichita Animal Action League, announced they have to leave Town West, not because their business was failing, but because they simply can't operate in a building where the power might be cut off at any moment. This is exactly the type of downward spiral that's killed countless American malls, and once it starts, it's nearly impossible to stop without intervention. But here's the critical difference. Town West has a chance. It sits at a major intersection with significant traffic. It still houses 24 businesses. It still serves as a community hub. The bones of success are there. What's missing is the investment needed to stabilize and transform the property. And that's exactly why star bonds exist. They're not a handout. They're a tool to prevent a catastrophic situation that would cost taxpayers more in the long run. We can act now with star bonds, or we can wait until we're paying millions in public safety costs, demolition fees, and watch another American mall become another American nightmare. The choice is clear. We must keep malls in this bill. Give communities like West Wichita the tools they need to prevent a disaster before it's too late. I urge my fellow colleagues to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And the thing to remember, just to piggyback on what the good senator was just talking about, it's not just Wichita that has this issue. There's a mall in Hutchinson, in Salina, and I'm sure that's not the end of the list. Those are just the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Years ago, in fact, I had a hand in opening those malls back when I was in retail. And to say that we just are, a good program like Star Bonds should end now just because we think it should end now and not grow bigger. If it fits, if it works, and it has, what's the problem? I don't see a problem. So I would say let's keep that in. It's critical. It will be a huge benefit.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I rise against this amendment. This Christmas, I was in Merino County in Hutchinson and walking through that mall, and it's almost empty. I would say like close to 90% there. And we don't have to go very far, look around the state where they destroyed, malls that come down and millions of dollars to replace. So I think this is a good amendment in there, and it can help places like Hutchinson, but other ones like Wichita and so on were mentioned. So I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like the two senators from Sedgwick who spoke before me, I too oppose this amendment. I have Town West Mall actually in my district, and I have many fond memories growing up, going to the mall when it was full of stores and bustling, full of activity and people running around, having a great time and making memories with their friends and family. Today, we all know across America, malls are changing, and we have to adjust with the changing times. You just pull off, for those of us who come up from Wichita, we pull off the Turnpike and come up Topeka Boulevard, and you see the old mall that's getting torn down slowly down on the south side of Topeka Boulevard. And so if we want that to be Town West Mall and other malls across the state, whether it's in Reno County, like the Senator Meade just explained, Johnson County or otherwise, we've got to be able to give tools in the toolbox to change and transform how malls are used. So I will also stand in opposition to this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
I also rise against this amendment. I would, to layer onto the other senators, we have the great county of Leavenworth with the first city of Kansas that has a dilapidated mall on a major intersection. We have the wonderful county of Wyandotte County where my additional senators and colleagues would also have dilapidated malls that sit at major intersections. The ability to stay within the parameters of driving in economic growth into these communities is vital and will help save some of the decline of population in these communities. Thank you.
Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we want to see the future, if we accept this amendment, we want to see the future, just drive down, see the White Plains Mall, the hole in the ground. That's what could happen to Town West, right there on the intersection of Highway 54 going out of Wichita. We cannot afford to let that happen. Today, right now, the mall has businesses that are closed in there. They do have a few businesses electricity's been turned off, and that mall needs to be revitalized. It has a great potential. We just have to use the tools, and I do not support this amendment.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I rise against this amendment as well. So Indian Springs Mall in Wyandotte County is not there any longer, as was mentioned about spending local dollars to remove the mall and still working after, I don't know how many years now, to find the right investor. Wyandotte County has been a great beneficiary of Star Bonds, successful Star Bonds, And if this had been in the legislation, it would have been a potential tool for us. So I think it's important to, for those communities that meet this criteria, that have a mall that's within the parameters, we should want to see that grow because it's going to be good for the economy of that area and for the state as a whole.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just simply say that when we heard this amendment in committee, it was decided by the committee to support this amendment. Any deviation from that is certainly at the will of the body.
Further questions for the senator from Miami on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I greatly respect everybody's comments, and I will go ahead and accept my beating and accept the will of the body. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Harvey? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator from Harvey explain to us how many projects have been paid off and are actually, a statement was made in caucus by the carrier of the bill that we're receiving more money than what the original NASCAR project was. And I see that that one's not paid off yet. So I'm wondering how many of these projects are paid off and what kind of results the state's seeing from STAR bonds.
Senator from Harvey.
Certainly, I'm happy to do so. And the Commerce Department was great in providing information to us. So just a little bit of backstory. STAR bond districts have a 20-year bond term. Currently, Village West and Hutchinson are two completed projects. Together, those areas are contributing right now $45 million in SGF in sales tax currently. So significant gains. Atchison and Manhattan are the next two projects that will pay off soon. I have a document where I could go into specific detail on each and every project in terms of how much the bonds are outstanding, how much the bonds were issued, and the current sales tax revenue generated thus far to pay for those bonds. It's important for the body to understand that these bonds are issued, but they are not the responsibility of the government. They are not the responsibility of the state of Kansas. They are only paid back by revenue generated within that STAR bond district. So if there's a specific question on a specific project, I'm more than happy to answer that.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's interesting, the senator's answer. I very much appreciate it, and I'm sure he has more updated information, but it just goes to show you how the Department of Commerce is not following statute. Because I went out to their website to look at the STAR bonds projects, and their data is not updated and does not match with what the senator just said. Seriously, we have a department and agency not following law. In fact, I would recommend that the body go out and watch the last legislative post audit for grants that are being handed out by the department. You know, I tried to put an amendment on that would have had a second set of eyes looking at this. We have one person that signs off on these projects, and that's the Secretary of Commerce. And go watch the grant money, how that was handed out and how questionable it was. The grant was issued, but payroll from 1 to 2 years prior was used to pay for the grant. They used the grant money to pay for that payroll. That just seems so egregious. So I question some of these projects. I don't support STAR bonds. Everybody in this room probably knows that. A car dealership was built with STAR bonds. How is that bringing new people and new entertainment to an area? Restaurants, several restaurants have built with STAR bonds. I mean, theaters, movie theaters. This is going way beyond the scope of what STAR bond projects are for. Mr. Chairman, I know everybody knows where they're going to vote. The hour's late. I just wanted to have my say, so thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Harvey? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add a couple of thoughts here. One, the second set of eyes certainly is our local government that has to approve these, and those are also made up of elected officials that have to sign off on this. In addition to that, in 2021, we actually amended this bill that requires everything from third-party feasibility studies to implementing mandatory visitor tracking, requiring a return on investment and cannibalization study, and various other things. We also expanded it to actually include amusement parks. Last year, that was added, as well as headquarters as an eligible attraction. So while I certainly can understand the concern of any economic development incentive, I think that the best economic development incentives are the ones that do not put state taxpayers and their dollars, their tax dollars, at risk. And with that, I close.
We need a motion.
And with that, I move that when the committee rises in report, it report sub for SB 197 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Blasey, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Clay as in the chair. Recommended Senate Bills 250, 139, 51, 186, 241, and 89 be passed. Senate Bills 121, 28, 114, 76, 175, 97, and 227 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 54 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill, and the substitute bill be passed. Senate Bill 204 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be it further amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 42 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Dietrich and Senator Titus, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 244 be amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 105 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Francisco, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 47 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be it further amended on motion of Senator Shane, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 197 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill, be it further amended on motion of Senator Klemp, and the substitute bill be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clay, for adoption of the report.
I move adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. Substitute for Senate Bill 54, 204, 250, 121, 139, 42, 28, 51, 186, 241, 244, 114, 76, 175, 97, 105, 227, 89, 47, and 197.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will hold for final action, and we are now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we will take the following. Substitute for Senate Bill 54, Senate Bill 204, 250, 121, 139, 42, 28, 51, 186, and 241. Clerk will read the titles.
Substitute for Senate Bill 54, an act concerning the Code of Civil Procedure. Senate Bill 204, an act concerning court records. Senate Bill 250, an act concerning health and health care. Senate Bill 121, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 139, an act concerning banks and trust companies. Senate Bill 42, an act concerning motor vehicle liability insurance. Senate Bill 28, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 51, an act concerning sales taxation. Senate Bill 186, an act concerning criminal procedure. And Senate Bill 241, an act concerning restraint of trade.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser.
No on 250, aye on the ballot.
Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Derrickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Heck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson.
We had an interrupting cough. Can you please repeat your vote, Senator from Johnson? Thank you.
Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have two EOVs, if you'll allow.
Please continue.
Thank you. Senate Bill 250, I completely understand the logic and reason for this bill. I empathize with those who are desperate for a cure for a loved one whose life is in jeopardy. However, this bill provides a dangerous opportunity for easy implementation of legalized marijuana in Kansas. Legalized marijuana brings drug cartels, human and sex trafficking, a massive increase in emergency room visits for marijuana-related hyperemesis, psychosis, schizophrenia, suicide, and underage use of illicit drugs. Recent studies have shown that underage use of marijuana causes brain development issues, lowering of IQ, and irreversible mental problems. It's also shown that using marijuana ostensibly for the treatment of PTSD invariably hinders the recovery process and harms veterans who have been led to believe marijuana is a miracle drug. I would love to support this bill. I really would. But given the potential that it could be easily amended in the future to allow a pathway for a myriad of problems with legalizing marijuana to metastasize here in Kansas. I cannot in good conscience support it, and I vote no. And my second explanation of vote is on Senate Bill 51. While we do want to entice new business in Kansas to grow opportunities, we have to be smart about how we do it going forward. For too long, we've been offering massive tax incentives to large out-of-state corporations subsidized on the backs of ordinary Kansans. Consider this. Senate Bill 51 comes at the same time that another Senate committee was considering a bill that would prohibit reduced electric rates for data centers that don't employ enough people. The taxpayer watchdog group Good Jobs First issued a report in 2016 that examined 11 data center mega deals in which more than $2 billion in state and local incentives were awarded. The study found the deals cost $1.95 million per job, and only one employed more than 200 people. The rest employed less. If we're serious about cutting the state budget and providing meaningful tax relief to all Kansans, we must stop picking winners and losers with targeted tax relief for a few. Instead, we should level the playing field for all our residents and businesses so they can share in the economic benefits. Therefore, I vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer explanation of vote on Senate Bill 250.
Please continue.
I cast my vote in favor of Senate Bill 250. I submit this explanation of vote as it has been brought to my attention that some members of the body apparently were confused in regard to the amendment I brought forward earlier. For clarification, that amendment was not for the implementation of a medicinal cannabis program. I think most of you realize I would not bring something of that magnitude to an important bill like SB 250. That amendment, rather, was to mirror what was approved by President Trump in the Right to Try Act, which is a very defined, narrow scope only for terminally ill patients. Thank you.
Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation of vote on Senate Bill 51.
Please continue.
I vote no on Senate Bill 51 because of concerns about our electric power grid's ability to provide adequate power supply in the future for both the potential influx of data centers and other economic development opportunities that provide many more employment opportunities, such as in the manufacturing center. While the future of applications such as artificial intelligence may offer many benefits, data centers are unlike other economic development projects because we really can't estimate today how much their future power usage may change. It could be an exponential increase. And given that our grid is not keeping up with its current demand in all parts of the state, I cannot support this bill without some type of protections or planning requirements before awarding this sales tax exemption.
Further explanation, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the senator from Johnson on his explanation on Senate Bill 250. With his permission, I'd like to join the senator from Pottawatomie with his explanation on Senate Bill 51.
So ordered. Further explanation. Changes. Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 121, 139, 186, 204, and 241. 38 having voted in favor and 2 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 42. 34 in favor, 6 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 51. 39 in favor, 1 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 54, and 36 in favor and 4 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 250. These measures, having received their constitutional required majority, are hereby declared passed. On the second roll call, we'll take the following: Senate Bill 244, Senate Bill 114, 76, 175, 97, 105, 227, 89, 47, and sub for Senate Bill 197. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 244, an act concerning release prior to trial. Senate Bill 114, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 76, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 175, an act concerning health and health care. Senate Bill 97, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 105, an act concerning the offices of the United States Senator, State Treasurer, and the Commissioner of Insurance. Senate Bill 227, an act concerning economic development. Senate Bill 89, an act concerning agriculture. Senate Bill 47, an act concerning education. And substitute for Senate Bill 197, an act concerning the Star Bonds Financing Act.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Houseketo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to clarify my vote. I did originally mean to say no on Senate Bill 47. It may sound like 46, but no on Senate Bill 47, no on Senate Bill 76, no on Senate Bill 105, aye on the balance. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. Are there explanations of vote? Change. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did vote no on SB 76, and while I understand the bill's intent, I am still very concerned that Section 1E creates a new legal liability that could punish educators for making simple mistakes in addressing students. If this does indeed pass, my hope would be that the House would clean that up. I do believe that everybody that voted for this was acting in good faith and had good intentions, but I simply can't get on board with anything that puts teachers in legal jeopardy, especially for something as harmless as an inadvertent name or a pronoun usage. I'd like to see this bill improved, hopefully making it a true free speech bill as stated in the preamble. That's the kind of balanced legislation I could support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I get a preliminary count on Senate Bill 47, please?
Preliminary on Senate Bill 47 is 21 in favor, 19 opposed. Further explanation? Changes. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if the senator from Sedgwick is if he's gonna make that a record or put that on the record. If he does, then I'd appreciate being able to sign on with him on, what number was that? 76, explanation of vote. And, Mr. President, I want to change my aye to no on 244, the bondsman, regarding the bondsman issue.
I don't know on 244. And if he submits, you wish to join the remarks of the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays, with his permission.
Correct on both.
Understood.
Mr. President.
Further explanation? Changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. We have a potential misvote. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, we have you as no on 97 and yes on 197, but is it, I think you were the opposite of that. Could you clarify your vote? Thank you for that clarity. All right, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-one having voted in favor and 19 opposed, the passage of Senate Bill 47. 76 in favor, 14 opposed to Senate Bill 76. 38 in favor, 2 opposed to Senate Bill 89. 40 in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 97. 32 in favor and 8 opposed to Senate Bill 105. 32 in favor, 8 opposed to Senate Bill 114. 40 in favor, none opposed to Senate Bill 175. 32 in favor, 8 opposed to Senate Bill 197. 31 in favor, 9 opposed to 227, 37 in favor and 3 opposed to Senate Bill 244. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 277, by the Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning income taxation.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 277. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 1613 by Senators Masterson, Blasey, and Sykes, a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2025 regular session of the Legislature. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on February 20th, 2025, and shall reconvene on February 25th, 2025. Be it further resolved that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives and the Secretary of the Senate, an employee specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purpose, shall attend to their duties each day during periods of adjournment, Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the governor and conducting such other business as may be required. And be it further resolved, except as otherwise provided, that members of the legislature shall not receive subsistence allowances provided for in KSA 46-137A Section B and amendments thereto for any day within a period in which both houses of the legislature are adjourned for more than 2 days, Sundays excepted. And be it further resolved that members of the legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature when authorized pursuant to law or authorized by the Legislative Coordinating Council, the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives and members of the conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives during any period of adjournment shall receive travel expenses and subsistence allowances as provided by law.
So just this is the first, for those that have not, are new to this process, this is our first adjournment resolution, which basically, according to our Constitution, we cannot break for more than 2 days without permission of the House. This is that joint resolution. We're going to take a break here for turnaround so we can turn our bills to them and them to us. There was a little bit, I had him read the whole thing because a little bit of unique language in there because there's going to be a Bob Bethel Care Oversight Committee so it would allow for them to be compensated as usual even during that break. So with that, Majority Leader from Sedgwick County, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 1613 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2016, 2022, 2039, 2062, 2075, 2083, 2116, 2118, 2121, 2122, 2155, 2158, 2168, 2182, 2201, 2212, 2261, and 2280. Announcing passage of Substitute House Bill 2007. Substitute for House Bill number 2007, an act making and concerning appropriations for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2025, June 30th, 2026, and June 30th, 2027 for state agencies. House Bill 2022, an act concerning elections. 2016, an act concerning elections. 2039, an act concerning health care. 2062, an act concerning children and families. 2075, an act concerning minors. 2083, an act concerning property taxation. 2116, an act concerning municipalities. 2118, an act concerning consumer protection. 2121, an act concerning motor vehicles. 2122, an act concerning motor vehicles. 2155, an act concerning sheriffs. 2158, an act concerning agriculture. 2168, an act concerning motor vehicles. 2182, an act concerning protection orders. 2201, an act concerning motor vehicles. 2212, an act concerning the Secretary of Corrections. 2261, an act concerning the Kansas Highway Patrol. And 2280, an act concerning health and health care.
We're moving to announcements, and one quick one from the chair. If you are submitting explanation of votes, those need to be into the secretary within 2 hours of our adjournment for them to be submitted into the journal. Are there further announcements before we adjourn? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have two. I just want to remind the caucus, when we come back next week on Wednesday, the Rail Caucus is having a meeting on Wednesday, February 26th at noon in 582 North. So if you want a lunch, you need to RSVP. It'll only be 1 hour. The second one is the shrimp peel. We're going to have our shrimp peel at 6 p.m. on March 26th at Heritage Hall. It's the 40th anniversary of the Special Olympics and the shrimp peel. I just wanted to remind folks that last year we raised $29,366. So we want to make sure we exceed that. So be thinking about things you want to bring to the auction, and you can always drop them off in my office. I'm happy to keep those for you. And we will explain to the freshmen individually what the shrimp peel is. So it's a fun time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned Bob Bethel. The Bob Bethel Joint Committee will be meeting from 8:30 to noon on Friday. I'm so sorry to our members, and I will be here, but if you need to be WebEx, I understand. We were supposed to have it in January, and I appreciate the fact that due to unforeseen circumstances, budget meetings, et cetera, we had to push it back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I get to hide behind this light all the time.
You're right behind the lamp.
No. I'm just not getting any taller. Maybe I can get shorter. I don't know. Unfortunately, because of the weather, the Early Learning Caucus has been changed. It conflicts with the Rail Caucus, but it is on Wednesday, the 26th, and the topic will be the bipartisan early childhood proposal. So there will be a review of that, as well as other child care bills that have been introduced in the legislature. So Senator Titus will be there to talk about his bill as well. So I invite you to come, and lunch will be provided.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I forgot to send on the email. The newly elected senators in 2024, we will not meet tomorrow, Thursday morning at 7:30 a.m. We, however, will meet next week at 7:30 a.m. Gordon Self, the head reviser, will be reporting to us. The week after, it will be Kalis and Can Focus, and the week after that, Senator Bowers has invited NCLS for the freshmen from the House, too. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to point out that the majority leader predicted we'd be out of here at 6 o'clock. I want to notice that it is 5:57, and as an old weatherman, he's off. And so thank you, Mr. President. On that note, for you traveling home tonight, please be careful. The roads are still pretty bad. So further announcements. Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Happy turnaround, Mr. President, and I'm glad to see that the sun is still shining outside as we conclude our business for the week in this portion of the session. I also want to thank the Senate, the revisers and research, and all the staff who spend many, many hours, late nights, early mornings, ensuring amendments are drafted and bills or reports are read in so we can do our work. So I want to congratulate the Senate on sending 63 bills to the House this week. And with that, Mr. President, we are pro forma tomorrow. So safe travels, everybody. Enjoy the weather this weekend. I think it's going to be in the 60s in portions of the state. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 20th, 2025.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.